a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, that, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block, let's see if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up, let's get it. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one, we're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block, let's see if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up, let's get it. Bitch, I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Ayy, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 follow that, yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block, let's see if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up, let's get it. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one, we're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block, let's see if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up, let's get it. Bitch, I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Ayy, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 follow that, yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you on the block, let's see if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up, let's get it. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one, we're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, sklat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the blacklist if you act up. Hit you with a fan if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slide shit up. Hey.
Good morning.
Yeah.
What's up?
Follow that.
Go. What up?
Enjoy the stream because you know where we at.
Morning, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're good. You're good. I'm pretty good overall. Don't forget what today is. April Fool's Day. Is it April Fool's Day? Oh, it is April 1st, isn't it? Damn, March went by so fast, huh? Yeah, I'm not falling for anything. Like news-wise. In Vegas chilling. How's Vegas? How's Vegas? I don't participate because I'm a fool every day. Same. How you, big dog? Pretty good. Pretty good overall. You know, did a little work stuff early. Put my chains on. Can't forget these. How's Vegas treating you so far? Yeah. Vegas is cool but chilly. It's like mild here so far. Not too hot. It is about that time to have to do like yard work again though, unfortunately. Missing the... Where is it? Terrible at this. There we go. Alright, now I feel better. I knew something was off. Yeah, yard work, man. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. March went by so fast. That means, let's look how we did in March. I can pull up the right browser. Pull up the one over here. It's this one. All right, love you, Darko. Thank you for that. Thank you for the music. As always, flew the fuck by. I'm saying it feels like it was just January 1st, and now it's April 1st. I'm glad that I was reminded of that because I could have possibly fell for some crazy news stories today. It went by. Oh, that's so loud. It went by incredibly fast. We're going to blink and it's going to be December. Which is going to be crazy. Okay. So I started on... Okay. So now, since it's April, I just got to take a look. So, first month streaming, January 12th through the 31st. Average 3 viewers. Facts, like Beyonce's leaving Jay-Z or some shit. Yeah, watch. And watch that be serious. Watch that be like the one true news story. Oops. My bad. Didn't mean for that to shake that much. So, first month, we averaged 3 viewers. Peak of 9. You know? I streamed 71 hours. Which is kind of crazy for only 19 days. And then, go to February. We went up to 7. 7. And so at the beginning, what was the goal for this month? I think the goal, I have to rip this note card off my desk. I shouldn't have taped it down like an idiot. God, hold on. To like rip up this note card. There was a story though about some lady being hurt from doing a TikTok prank that's real. TikTok's gonna be out of here. Yep. It's gone. There's gonna be like, oh, look how many people get hurt. Ooh, even though it's their own. Tyler, a whole new album is an April Fool's Day prank, and I fell for it. Isn't it just like extra songs? I thought I saw extra songs. Okay. So my goal for March was to average 10 viewers. That was my goal. And 50 subs. We hit 50 subs. We're at 69. And let's go to March and see. So I have not looked. So for all of March, we did it. We did it, chat. We averaged 10 viewers for March. Good shit. We fucking did it. In the peak of 29. 161 hours streamed. That's wild. There we go. Straight up. We're doing things. We're doing things. Pretty good. Pretty good month, I'd say. I don't know what the goal for April should be. But we'll see. Isn't Tyler's new album just a few new songs? No, it's old songs from other albums. Damn. 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 Speaking of songs, I'm not gonna lie. Me and Log Horizon have beef now. Me and Log Horizon have a lot of beef. You know? We have beef. That bitch got me good. I almost listened to it last night, but I was busy, so I didn't get a chance to. Why? So remember we played 2 days ago, we played the theme song, right? Don't do this to me. Remember we played the theme song? For a minute? For a whole minute, right? So, you know, I upload VODs every day to ScratchX VODs. Every single day the VOD goes up, but you notice the 30th is missing, right? You know why? It's blocked because of Log Horizon. Log Horizon took my shit down. They took my whole VOD, my whole 6-hour VOD down over a minute and a half. They took the whole VOD down for a minute and a half. What? April Fools, right? No April Fools. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. They did. They took the whole, look, copyright. Look at this. Video cannot be seen or monetized for not even a whole minute and a half. So I was like, what part was this? I can't even look. What the fuck? Call him and tell him. Yeah. Isn't it wild that 1 minute of video will get a 6-hour video taken down? A 6-hour video. Even Black Beatles, Log Horizon, the anime. Remember we played the opening a couple days ago? Their 1 minute, 17 to 1 minute and 29 seconds of video in which I was talking during it got my 6-hour VOD taken down. So what I had to do was I had to re-edit it, and it spent all night exporting, in which it's still uploading. It's finally time for arguably the best DLC. Yes, sir. I know why. It is. And so I had to spend the night. Once I got home, it's because of the band Man with a Mission, probably. And so as you see, it's uploading, and I can't push yesterday's VOD out until this VOD is up. But when I see, the thing is, normally I just download the VOD, upload the VOD. But if I have to edit it, the VOD size for this was 45 gigs. And so it's still actively uploading on my laptop. It is got 30 minutes left until it's uploaded. This one's blocked in Russia, but I don't care if it's blocked in Russia. So I'm fine with that. Yeah. That's where we're at. Me and Log Horizon. Ooh. How dare they? And I was like, oh, I'll just mute it. But it wouldn't let me mute it. So I had to go through and speed it up. So it's still technically in the VOD, but it's sped up to the point where you can't even recognize it. Yeah. That's it. That's all I had to say about that. Now, I feel better having gotten that off my chest, you know? Having gotten that off my chest, I feel better. You know? And how are you, King? How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, we did. So we didn't hit the TikTok goal. You're right. It's my fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Because you know why I know it's not your fault? Because we played it twice. And the first one isn't flagged. So it's not your fault. Remember we played it regular? Then we played the music video part. Like the actual one with the video. That one is the one that got flagged. And so I had to go back and edit that part. I completely forgot we played it twice till just now, so let's hope it doesn't get taken down again. You know, let's hope. Yeah. Overall, though, I'm good. I'm good with it. Now that I got off my chest, we're fine. You know, we're A-okay. Put this on D&D. But in good news, like we did hit the March goal of 10 average viewers a stream, which is pretty wild considering in January we were averaging 3. You know? So we hit that goal. We did not hit the TikTok goal. Well, we hit one of the 2 goals, but we did not hit the 10,000 followers TikTok goal. We fell really short. We fell really short on the TikTok goal of the followers, you know? But that's okay. We still did well views-wise on TikTok, which is good, you know? But I'm pretty proud of this. Still not banned on TikTok? Nope. I didn't get banned one time in March, which was one of the goals. So we hit one TikTok goal of not getting banned for the entire month, you know? So I say that's cause for celebration. Not getting banned, 10 average viewers on Twitch for the month. Like, let's go. Let's go. You know? Man, who would have thought that we could go an entire month without getting banned? That's more surprising than this. That is more surprising than the 10 average viewers. And also, did you know that Tyler samples a Minecraft song? He did? Now you can stream on TikTok from PC till it gets banned by the government. Oh yeah, let's check on that. Let's see if I can do it now. TikTok Live Studio. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Okay. Updating. I didn't know that Tyler sampled a Minecraft song. Yeah, hold up. I'll find it. Okay. Let's see. It's updating. Let's see where we get. Yeah, now that I can stream from my PC on TikTok, we should be good. Listen to Lemonhead. What album is that on? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's still not wanting me to. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. We'll retry in a second. Oh, it's still letting me open it. Then listen to Minecraft Dig. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can log in on the Tic Tacs on the live studio. QR code. Let's use the QR. Use the scanner. Bing. There we go. Confirm. Okay. Let's see. Logging in. We still can't do it. We still can't. We still cannot stream from TikTok. Let's see. Yeah. But we hit our requirements. Now we're just waiting. They lied. They did. They lied. No wonder they're getting banned. Bunch of liars. Damn Tic Tac. Bunch of liars. Maybe they just didn't expect me to not get banned. And so they're so surprised they haven't They have not made it accessible. Okay, Lemonhead off the new album. Yeah, quote unquote new. That's funny that it was an April Fool's joke. I'm not even gonna lie. Tyler. If you get lost, it's Lemonhead. Where's Lemonhead? Oh, here it is. That bastard got me good. I'm putting it low so we don't get flagged. Let me mute the YouTube. Hold on. There we go. So I'm going to be talking. I'm talking the whole time. I'm just letting you know. You can hear it, but I'm talking so we don't get flagged. I'm waiting. Listen to the first part. Did I already miss it? Is it? It's not this. Then listen to I Came to Dig. For Minecraft? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Those trumpets. Okay. Got it. Oh. Oh, like someone who made a Minecraft song. I was thinking it was the OG Minecraft song. You drink your milk today? I honestly, Cursed, after seeing that video, I'm a little scared to drink milk. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, after I saw, here, I'll play it for everybody. After I saw this, I'm scared. I saw that and now I'm scared to drink milk. Yeah. I am scared to drink milk. You know what I'm saying? Gravity's reaction to it is how I feel. You know, that is how I feel. That's how it happens. Yeah, that's why I'm a little afraid. People be smoking fentanyl and making cartoons like this. Like, man, no more milk. I'm lactose intolerant. Nah, nightmare fuel. It is. It is. That was pretty wild. Oh, I'm lactose intolerant now. Okay, I got you. That's funny that Tyler's album was an April Fool's joke. That's actually funny. My spoon. Oh God, the memories. Let me go back. My spoon is too big. Oh, I used to love this. Wow, did I forget about this?
My spoon is too big.
Man.
My spoon is too big.
I used to watch this.
My spoon is too big.
I love how you go through a series and they're just degrading insanity.
I am a banana.
That, man, I used to watch that on repeat. Just on repeat. It was so good. What the fuck? I'm a banana, new sound alert? Bet. Snow, have you not seen that before? Have you not seen that? Salad fingers? Oh, God, let me pull it up. Hold on. I need the link for the My Spoon is Too Big. I need this. Copy. The banana pops out at around 23 seconds. Never? Oh, these old ones were so good. So good. Man, I remember those. I used to watch them on repeat. They were so funny to me. New reward. Let's see if I can find it before I have to make my own. I am a banana.
I am a banana.
The fuck?
I am a banana.
There it is. That's the one I wanted. Oh, that first one was not it. We don't need recreators. We need the OG. There you go. Let me see. It should be in there now. Salad fingers. Let me find it. Where is it?
I am a banana.
There it is. Salad fingers. Which I can't find it. All I'm getting is this. Is the plastic hand video from 3 weeks ago. Wait. Have you seen the TaylorMade Stan account? No? What's that? TaylorMade Stan account? Where is it? I need to see it. I need a link. Where do I find it? On Twitter? Okay, let me see. I'm on Twitter right now. Oh, here it is. It's someone responded to me and said, TaylorMade would pay for your Twitter blue. I just saw it. There it is. You should make the move to kick no cap, get the most out of that 69. Should I? Do we kick it? I see it. There he is. We do this every year. Is it just me? I'm retweeting this. There you go. I need that on my page. I love this. That is great. United We Stand, the #1 TaylorMade Stan account. Keep noties on for exclusive drops. Proud owner of one TaylorMade sock. I want the homie to get his worth. I've thought about it, about making Kick like a sneaky link. You know? I have an account already. Like I have one because Lev has been streaming on there. So, you know, I, unlike my sister, am a supportive sibling. You know what I'm saying? So I have an account. I just haven't set it up. Because they don't make it easy for you. And that, like, I have to do custom OBS stuff. You know? But I have one. It's right here. Right there. There's me. So did you see the game we were playing last night? What game? What game are you playing? You know, we all saw how Lev was not there for us. You know, her betrayal will never be forgotten. I'm saying that may be my channel trailer. Deceive Inc. No, I've never even. What is this? I found it and DM'd it on Cord. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do it. I think I'm going to. It's pretty fun. Spy vs. Spy. I'm looking it up as soon as I watch Salad Fingers. I need this. It's been a while. This is Salad Fingers.
Hello. I like rusty spoons.
I used to love these.
I like to touch them. The feeling of rust against my salad fingers is almost orgasmic. I must find the perfect spoon.
Old Greg has a mangina. Man, I loved these.
Hello there, young child. I'm here to
My downstairs
inquire
wakes up.
about your spoons.
This was prime YouTube days? Yeah, it was. It was. Oh, man.
Might I ask where you keep the spoons? I see.
Charlie the Unicorn?
Then
Yes.
I must leave.
Thanks for the lurk, Lino.
But first, I'd like to caress this rusty kettle.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Such good times. I hate you for playing this today. I'm sorry. Man, I used to watch these. What others did I used to watch? Charlie the Unicorn, Happy Tree Friends. I don't know if you watched that, but it got banned in my school because of how violent it was. Anyway, the TaylorMade Stan account posted a giveaway. I'm entering. Where is it? It's just in. Like. Oh, let me show the tweet. Happy Tree Friends was legit. I loved it. This just in. Like and retweet this for a chance to win I Am TaylorMade Swimming Jammers. Worn several times. Guaranteed stink. Love the nose emoji. Like and retweet to win. I feel like, I have to. There we go. I hope I win. Love that. Right here, pick me. Happy Tree Friends. It got banned in my school because they said it was too violent. But man, did I love Happy Tree Friends. But you're one of two people who liked and retweeted. I gotta support the Stan account. Who else retweeted it? Strange. Me and Strange. And Akko liked it. So I'm the only one that can win because I did both. So I win. I win by default. Let me just put that in there. There we go. Stop the count. Yeah. Let me delete that. I should have put that. Let me delete this and then respond with, I need the perfect GIF. Let me put stop the count. And then what's the perfect? Let me see. There we go. I think that's perfect. Stop the count. I won. There we go. There we go. I think that's perfect, I had to participate. Hand over the Stinky Jammers. It's me. I'm the only one that did everything you're supposed to do. Stop the count. Stop the count. I win. I win. I win. I win. 100%. It's mine. I'll frame it and put it on my wall. It'll be right next to Batman. Right there. What else would I... Yeah, this is why I got banned in my school. That thumbnail right there. Stuff like this is why Happy Tree Friends got banned in my school. Happy Tree Friends. Eye candy. Just so good. Yep. My school saw this and was like, yeah, no more. No more of this. Bro, same. Yep. We used to watch this and we'd play Homestar Runner. I don't know if you remember that website or if you ever went there. Homestar Runner. This became a show, didn't it? I don't know. After they banned it from my school because I didn't have a computer at home, I just stopped watching it. It is a show? They banned this but allow kids to watch each other get shot, so I don't think it's really about the kids. It did on Comedy Central? Damn. I missed out. I missed out. But my teacher saw this and reported it. So then all we had access to was Homestar Runner. Which his voice used to make me laugh. But I feel bad for laughing at it in hindsight, Homestar Runner voice was just... It made me laugh so much as a kid. Yeah, they banned it, unfortunately. Did you ever see Rem Lazar? I don't think so. Let me see. The Rem Lazar song fucks. Wait. I Googled it and I see, what the fuck is Rem Lazar? Let me see. Rem Lazar. YouTube it? Which one? Is it Higher? What song is it? 35 years ago? First one? Okay. Let's see. First one. I'm going to keep talking just in case we get flagged, but you can hear it underneath me. Okay. I've never seen this before.
It wasn't just a dream, was it? He really was here, right?
He looks like Ninja.
I think. I mean, as
Let me see.
he was here when we needed him most. But it was different this time. It felt like he really was here.
Good morning.
This is Ninja. This is Tyler Ninja Blevins right here. This is what he was doing. This setup looks kinda... No, I know what you're saying.
Ram, you're
This... Yo, I'm alive. I'm glad. Yeah, if you just looked at this setup, you could take this out of context pretty quickly. But this 100% should be Ninja's Fortnite skin.
alive. You can talk.
How are you, Cass?
Exotic vision, I can.
Did he say exotic vision?
I can.
Exotic vision? Yeah, like you could take this out of context.
I can hear. And I can see.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
You
So can I.
believed me.
How?
You believed in me.
Where?
From within your mind, no
Whoa. Whoa. That switch up just there, the voice switch up was wild. I was not ready for that. Budget Captain Planet is hitting some tough times. Yeah. Here comes the switch up between his voice. I just got to hear it one more time.
Where?
From within your mind, no one else can find the life that you inside.
What just happened?
From another place, not from outer space, from some place even higher.
Was he living in a shed? Is this a shed? Are they in a shack? They are. Wait, let me hit the...
From some place even higher.
Did you hear that higher note? What is happening? Yo, I gotta play this higher note. Listen to how he hits that note higher. His auto-tune didn't work. Ready? Let me turn it up.
Not from outer space, from some place even higher.
Even higher. I love this fucking video. I'm okay, just hanging out, and I got my emulator working. There we go. I remember watching Charlie the Unicorn. God, that was so good.
I can touch, I can feel.
Sent you another? Okay.
So much more than a fantasy. I can run, I can jump, I can dance and sing. Believe in yourself and do anything.
Believe in yourself, chat.
From within your mind, no
Okay. You know, I was listening to Rem Lazar, and here comes Saul. Bro, it's Ninja and Barney mixed together. That is so true.
one else can
What's up, Saul?
life that you
How are you?
inspire.
Here's our daily. That was a good one, Saul.
Another place, not from outer space, but from some place even higher.
The higher kills me, bro. The higher kills me. From some place even higher.
Space, but from some place even
Higher. What is this from? Was the whole show Rem Lazar? I whispered you a video? Okay. You must watch. And this is why I won't let my kids outside.
and learn as the
What is this from?
mind begin to turn. But I'll never forget what you've given to me. The power to touch, feel, hear, and see.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know. Found it with some buddies randomly. Don't tell kids you gave them the power to touch in a song
I can talk
after you were just in the shed.
as the wheels in my mind begin
You know?
You give it to me, the power to touch, feel, hear, and see.
I'm gonna have to stop you at touch, my guy. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything is terrible. I love that. Man, I've never seen that. I'm telling my kid, hey, stay away from Rim Lazard. That blue hair fuck living in the shack. Yeah, you gotta be like, hey, how the fuck did you get in here?
Fuck you, Baltimore. If you're
What is
to
that?
buy a new car this weekend, you're
Hold on. That started very quickly. Very quickly.
Fuck you, Baltimore. If you're dumb enough to buy a new car this weekend, you're a
Love this intro.
Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deal. Cars that break down. Thieves. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. Wheel fucker. That's right.
Wheel fucker.
Big Bill Hell. You're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell. Home of challenge pissing. That's right.
Challenge
How does it
pissing.
work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't
They say 16 feet?
No down payment. Don't wait. If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get
Oh, they
wet,
just said
you get
16.
No down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only a Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event
I'd buy a
is
car
the
from
minute
them.
You write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
That was great. Addy, that was great. I've never seen that. Oh. Why does he keep doing this? Once upon a time in the ocean. It's my go-to shit to show people. I loved it.
White armor, aids, and white tip reefs. But the one shark discovery I always leave out is the dreadlock Rasta fish on top.
The Rasta fish.
Reggae shark is real. Reggae shark, him got a band with the sun. Reggae shark, it don't want to harm ya. Reggae shark, it just want your ganja. Reggae shark, after dark, reggae shark come cruising. Some say reggae shark's part human. It was
Shark Marley, you know what it is. Not the Jelly Witch.
Some kids were boating and smoking on
Smoke out the spliff. What's wrong with us?
The kids start screaming and one of them drowned. Now the sheriff and his posse gonna hunt him.
Oh no. It's always 12, bro.
He just wants redemption.
Not the oil.
And he also wants ganja. But you
He also wants ganja.
when you live underwater. When they a drug boat at the drop it's low.
Zaza Pack hitting hard.
And him ate it whole. Now he's starving like Marvin, got the munchies. Then him see the evil sheriff and all his flunkies. He put his fins in the air, said it wasn't me fault. But the sheriff set fire and the rifle shot.
Damn.
But it was just a shark decoy.
Oh, okay. Woo.
The reggae shark's a master
Woo.
of the arts and
Cocaine
crafts.
shark.
It jumped on
That's gonna be the follow-up to Cocaine
and
Bear.
The sheriff fell down his throat. The townspeople cheered and said, "You brought us peace. You took a bite of corruption in the town police."
He did.
They threw him a huge ticker tape parade, 'cause they know that the balance is the food chain.
He sounds Irish. He does.
Kingston town, you should see the tourism it brings in now. You've redeemed yourself, said the jelly witch. Me can reverse that curse and grant your wish.
Bob Marley after Rebirth. Yes.
Cause I'm a reggae shark and that's the way I'll stay. Reggae shark, reggae shark,
Reggae shark,
I love this.
reggae shark,
reggae shark.
the key of awesome.
I love this.
Hey, thanks for watching The Key of Awesome. If you want to see all the other
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait. The shark pops up. Never mind. I was going to stop it.
Click on the link in the description. And I want to thank the Reggae Shark for being in this video. Thanks for sharing your story.
And I want to thank the Key of Awesome for having us.
So is there like a channel where they can hear some more of your songs?
Nah, me no have no channel. There ain't no internet.
Bob Marley for
connection.
sure rolling his grave over
Somebody
this
hear
shit.
song on iTunes. Other than that, if you want to hear my music, just go down to Jamaica, get it
Oh,
on,
man.
follow the sound. You'll hear me giving a free.
You ever see that episode of the Boondocks about the teacher? The one where he kept saying nigga over and over again? That one? Where he got fired? Because Riley kept... This is like some Smiling Friends type of shit. Yes. God, I love that. That episode is one of my favorite episodes. Let me see. This one. Same. Yo, what up, probe? 144p. Jesus Christ.
Racial remark that has divided.
And the Chris Hansen one too.
And a J. Edgar Hoover elementary teacher.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Over calling the student the N-word.
Jesus.
Stacey Renee
144p.
And why?
And what did he say specifically to you?
He said, sit down, nigga.
Riley Freeman is a
That in the Christmas episode. God, the Christmas episode was so good.
A basketball player, an avid reader.
The Christmas episode one was so funny. I just woke up. Welcome in. Good morning.
And one day hopes to spread his philosophy through rap music.
And the one where Tom thought his wife was cheating with Usher. That was great too.
In class when he had
I love this show. It's one of my favorites.
Joe Petto.
It's one of my absolute
Petto
favorites.
said it was Riley who used the N-word first.
So I told him to take his seat, and here comes this barrage of insults. I mean,
Hopped on GTA and the stream. Goated combo.
I was just stunned, and I said, well, sit down, nigga. I just repeated the
That's
insult
my
back,
part.
and here comes this barrage of insults. I mean, some of the words I've never even heard before, and I was just stunned, and I said, well, sit down, nigga. I just repeated the
The
insult.
old black guy who thinks he's white and right. Oh, Uncle Ruckus.
Trained to do.
That's how I'm spelling it from now on. Last one, maybe. Sent. Okay.
Superintendent Donald Richards says all teachers are.
But I didn't even send a link. I don't know what happened. Did it put a dot?
Of racial slurs.
We have a very strict
Mr.
policy
Yeah.
against teachers using the N-word or any other racially insensitive words. The district's policy is that teachers.
How's a
should only
nigga
say
supposed to
N-word
borrow a
instead
fry?
of the
Is a
actual
nigga
N-word,
gonna give it
or
back?
S-word instead of saying the actual S-word.
What is the S-word?
Well, I don't want to say it, but
Spick?
No. Spear chucker.
Spear chucker?
Yes. See, we would encourage our teachers to say S-word instead of spear chucker.
And how often do you have a problem with faculty saying spear chucker to students?
We don't.
Good
That's
question.
What I'm saying. They would say S-word.
But Riley Freeman denies he used the N-word first.
He said I used the word before, but I didn't. I wouldn't use that word ever. That word hurts people.
Mr. Petto claims the version of nigger ending in ger
Encourage
is
them
the
to say
slur,
what?
But that he was using a different version.
That's the name of
word
Ted
ending
Nugent's
in
company.
"da." That means the same as buddy or best pal. He insists that he was using the friendly version of the N-word to better relate to Riley.
That
I
line
used the
fuck.
word. I admit it. I thought there was a difference between nigger and nigga. I thought I understood this whole thing, but I guess I don't. I need help. Whenever I hear the rappers, they say nigga.
The friendly version, exactly.
Look. Rap songs that use the word nigga in a positive way. There's tons of them. Look, real nigga.
Voice actors for the show were on point. Yeah, they were.
Jigga my nigga. Niggas for life. Real niggas don't die.
That's all Riley Reid was doing.
How come
Exactly.
there ain't no nigga?
Riley Reid had the same mentality as the teacher.
The incident. But
You're
in the
right.
meantime, Mr. Petto has been put on unpaid leave.
I just couldn't
Gangsta rap,
believe it
so
because
uplifting.
Nobody ever called me a nigga before.
And how did it make you feel?
Like I was less than a person.
What I don't understand is that if it's so offensive to them, then why do they say it over and over again?
So Riley said the N-word before you did that morning.
He says it every morning. He calls me nigga. He calls the other kids nigga. He calls himself nigga all the time. Nigga this, nigga that. Nigga please. Bitch nigga. Have you lost your mind? Nigga, check that hoe. Nigga, you bullshitting. Bring yourself, nigga. He says it so much I don't even notice it anymore. Last week in lunch, Riley says to a classmate, "Can a nigga borrow a French fry?" And my first thought wasn't, oh my God, he said the word, the N-word. It was, now how is a nigga gonna borrow a fry? Nigga, is you gonna give it back? I'm telling you,
That's my favorite line. What did she say? She said cornbread fuck nigga is what she said. Yeah. The banker's son and his friend having Samuel L. Jackson and Charlie Murphy was my favorite. I gotta hear it again.
this, nigga that, nigga please, bitch nigga, have you lost your mind? Nigga, check that hoe. Nigga, you bullshitting. Break yourself, nigga. He says it so much I don't even notice it anymore. Last week in lunch, Riley says to a classmate, "Can a nigga borrow a French fry?" And my first thought wasn't, oh my God, he said the word, the N-word. It was, now how is a nigga gonna borrow a fry? Nigga, is you gonna give it back? I'm telling you, my inside voice didn't talk like that before he got in my class.
Now, this deal includes damages to the
Oh,
funds,
man.
plus a very
My
generous
brain
donation
an
to Reverend
absolute
Rocco Goodlove,
meltdown.
Jambalaya of Justice League. Have mercy.
Oh, man.
Hey, come here.
Bro, how many
Look at
times you gonna
this.
talk like
This nigga must be
that?
crazy.
Wait.
Hey, come here. Look at this. This nigga must be crazy.
Jambalayas of Justice League. Love it. Oh, this show was great. Oh, man. The Boondocks was just so good. I don't know why it's my favorite scene of all time.
I am the stone that the builder.
Hold on. I have to fast forward through this. I can't. Yeah. Sent to now? Okay. I'm watching as soon as we do this one. I love the theme song, but I'm scared.
Yeah, we was in Iraq.
What did you do?
We was looking for weapons of mass destruction.
Did you ever find them?
You know goddamn well we ain't find them. What are you, some kind of political humorist? You Gary Trudeau up in this bitch?
I was looking for bitches, but they had that carpet shit all over them, and I couldn't see what they looked like. All that was really exposed was the eyes, and that wasn't enough for me, because, you know, shit, I'm looking at the eyes could be pretty, and I take that carpet off, and then I got a tragedy.
Well, no, we ain't fine. But I always say the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Amen.
Right? Simply because you don't have evidence that something does exist does not mean that you have evidence that something doesn't exist.
What?
What country you from?
What?
What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English in what?
What?
English, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
Yeah.
That was a real quote.
Understand the words I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is that there are known knowns and that there are known unknowns, but there's also unknown unknowns. Things we don't know that we don't know.
What?
There's an anime element to this? Yeah.
Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more time.
Man. Samuel L. Jackson was in his bag here, huh?
What does Marcellus Wallace look like?
What?
What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard
You can skip this too? Okay. Oh, the Boondocks is just so good. Does he look like a bitch? Oh, here it is. I love this one. I love this one. You'll get tagged for that? Okay.
Hold on, I just got out of the shower. There's some juice on the table.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
240. Damn.
You want to explain to me what you're doing here?
I came looking for booty.
You came looking for sex with an underage boy?
Oh, no, I ain't come looking for no little boy.
Chris Handsome.
I ain't got no milk, no cookies, nothing. I came looking for man's butt.
A man's butt? Excuse me?
Oh, I know who you are, Chris Handsome. But see, I calls you Chris Handsome. I watch your TV show all the time. So you can go ahead and bring them cameras and
Favorite
them
scene.
waiting outside. It don't make me no difference. Now, I tell you what. I like you, and I want you. Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
Well, I don't think you and I will be doing anything any kind of way.
Okay, I see you choosing the hard way.
Okay, cut. This isn't working. Someone get this guy out.
Don't make me ruin that bite,
No,
Chris.
please.
I'm a warrior.
I'm a warrior.
I am the...
Oh, God. I love this show. I love this show so much. Ooh, Power Thirst.
Hey,
Do you want to feel so energetic? Try Power Thirst. Energy drinks for people who need gratuitous amounts of energy.
I need that.
Flavors like chocolate. Chocolate energy. It's like adding chocolate to an electrical store.
I need that.
Sound the alarm. You're gonna be uncomfortably energetic. What's that? You want strawberry? Well, how about raw berry? Made with lightning.
We like raw berry.
Real lightning. Sports. You'll be good at them. It's an energy drink for men. Real lightning. Sports. You'll be good at them. It's an energy
That
drink
show is
for
one of the
men.
best things to come out of Adult Swim.
These aren't
100%.
your dad's puns. These are energy
100%.
puns. Turbo puns. Science, energy, electrolytes, turbo lights, power lights, more lights than your body has room for. You'll be so fast, Mother Nature will be like, slow down. And you'll be like, fuck you, and kick her in the face with your energy legs.
Energy legs, yes.
So much energy.
Yes.
Just running all the time. Power running,
It's
power
that
lifting, so much energy. Just running all the time. Power running, power lifting, power sleeping, power dating, power eating, power laughing, power spawning babies. You'll have so many babies. 400 babies.
It's a lot of
Give
babies.
chocolate to your babies and they'll be good at sports. Make your babies run abnormally fast. They'll run as
That's
fast
what you
as
need.
Kenyans. People will watch them running and think they're Kenyans. They'll race as fast as Kenyans against actual Kenyans, and it'll be a tie. They'll get deported back to Kenya. Hey, go with the sure thing. Don't gamble on your energy. Snake eyes. Try Power Thirst.
I gotta
The
try
energy
it.
drink that will make you sword.
I want to take that sound and make that like a fake scary noise so that new people think they're going to scare me, and it's just that. Maybe because Kenya has a lot of world holders. Oh, yeah, it's true. They do. That's true. That's true. I got to find Christmas. Wait. Santa Ruckus. I need the short one. Is this it? I think this is it.
That's right, Bob. A little bit of the
That was made when they were winning every race. Oh. This is one of my favorite Boondocks.
Christmas spirit is returning to Woodcrest as Santa Claus makes his first appearance since being assaulted by the unknown but probably Arab Santa stalker 1 week ago.
And you're gonna protect me, right?
Now don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Santa Claus, sir. I got you.
Love Ruckus.
Well, hello there. And what would you like Santa to bring you for Christmas?
Santa, you got a red dot.
Unknown, but probably Arab.
That had to pierce a spleen and stuff.
Merry Christmas, nigga.
I love that Santa used the kid as the shield. Riley needs his own spinoff. God, he does. Santa was just using the kid as a shield. Look at Santa.
You gonna pay what you out, man?
This shit was too gangster. It was.
Backup. I need backup. I'm back. I can't run very fast.
Yeah, he threw her.
A heart attack and a couple of light strokes.
Santa was moving too, huh?
Merry Christmas, nigga.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the North
Santa was
Pole,
out of there.
The real Santa Claus.
Sent the real Booty Warrior interview. Oh yeah, that was based off of a real of like an MSNBC interview, right? Yep.
But when lockup visited Kentucky State Penitentiary,
Yeah, this was real. Fleece Johnson.
a longtime inmate who practices a very different kind
Also, isn't it wild that we were watching TV in this and people would be like, yo, this is clear as fuck.
of homosexuality.
He's out?
But we have sexual desires, right? So you got a bunch of men locked up in one place.
What did he do?
All of them get hard. All of them's horny. All of them got sexual desires. So when
Hide Chris Handsome. Yeah. He's somewhere in the world hunting booty for real.
they gonna have somebody's gonna have to give us some booty. And it's just that simple.
The most memorable story.
Murder, I think? Damn.
Was
he really is out there hunting.
An importance that booty has in a maximum security penitentiary. And he went
But he got out like 2 years ago?
In his prison, booty was more important than food. Booty.
That's wild. I have something for you? What?
I'm sorry. It was more booty, having some booty was more important than drinking water, man.
Whisper me the link. Whisper it. Whisper it.
I like booty.
Johnson
yeah, whisper it.
Tell our crew how he used to satisfy
Discord works too.
Desires, especially during the 1970s and 80s, when he was most active and prison security was more lax.
Jeez.
When I see one, and
here comes the line.
When I
right?
go see him, I say, "You come here."
Here it comes.
I say, "I'm telling you what. I like you, and I want you, and we can do it the easy way or the hard way. So the choice is yours, right?"
There was the line. Damn. I forgot that was based off a real interview. Wild. I really wish that show was back. I whispered it? Okay. Oh. Let me go to my whispers.
Cars, bad deals, cars that break down. Thieves, if you think you're gonna find a bargain at
Oh,
Big
we
Bill,
just saw
you can
this.
kiss my
Yep,
ass.
we
It's
just
our
saw
belief that You're
this.
such a stupid motherfucker.
I said it to my wife and she rolls out. I likes you and I wants you. Now we could do this the easy way or the hard way. Yeah, Addie sent this. I love.
You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us
I love
right.
that.
Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife.
It's just crazy to me that we were watching TV in this. You did it? You won? I did? Hold on. Congratulations. Thank you. There'll be vacuums. I won. Yes, sir. I told you I won. I knew it. I knew it. 14 business days. This is the greatest achievement of my life. Victory of my life. We winning. We are. There we go. Boom. Sent me a meme. Scooby. Lucky, I'll buy them off you. You got to make it worth my while. Howdy, partner. I got to put that PB&J thing yesterday. Incredible. God, do I feel lucky. Like, I declared it, you know? I said in the comments before I said it. See? I said, stop the count. I won. And I did. That's what happens when you put it out in the universe, you know? That video is so funny. I can't believe he was playing peekaboo with a crocodile. You know? I just can't believe it. And then people were telling me, it's probably a pet. Like, it was probably a pet. That's why it was probably tame. It's not tame. It's not. Let me just double check to make sure this video is uploaded. I feel honored, you know. We're winning. We're a winning stream. That's what we are. We are a winning stream. Okay, so it's processing now. So then whenever that VOD's done, then I can post 2 VODs, and we'll be back up to the normal schedule. Okay, that's just me. All right, that was great. I still can't get over this cow video. I gotta show it one more time. Just one more time. I just... I wonder what made him be like, this is the video that I'm creating. You know? That's my real question. Oh, we want weird? Yes. 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 We do. Like, look at Master Tingus was just my time to shine. Yes, it is. Master Tingus was just still watching videos, huh? Yeah, we'll hit the Citadel in a little bit. We are doing the Citadel today, I promise. No April Fools. Just... I want to know how he came up with these. I want to know how he came up with these. You know? Sent to? Okay. Let me look. They're just so wild. Whispers. Okay. Let me see. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Cows and cows and cows. I just want to know how people like think to make these. You know? Like, this guy used to work for Adult Swim. Oh, that makes it, that I understand now. You know, when I go into your stream, thumbnails had that dude from jail. Great thumbnail. The Boondocks one or the real one? That's a good answer too. This looks like some Tim and Eric shit. Kind of. Doesn't, a little loud though. Doesn't it? Like, I just gotta, like, you sit down, you're like, today I make something. But what are we making? You know? And this is it. This is it. But this is probably something I would have done in high school. When I was first learning, like, After Effects and everything. Like, why spiders? I think this is actually the weirdest one I've seen so far. And I'm thinking, you know, how we do here with side quests. We might have to watch a compilation of the weirdest videos on the internet. Thoughts? The one after this is weirder? Okay. Okay. I feel like we may need a compilation. I've been thinking, because I kind of want to watch a weird compilation and a cringe compilation. Those cringe ones are... This is just so random. It's just so random. And then they're just back to being normal cows. Okay. 2010. What a year, huh? And the second one. Okay. Okay. So we have a lamb. Do anime cringe comps? I promise it's great. There's one more, I promise. Okay. Here we go. Got a lamb. Okay. Is this from the same channel? I didn't even look. Is this from the... Here we go. This does feel like some Tim and Eric type shit. Yes, it is. This is so weird. This is what I saw in the thumbnail. Okay. Okay. It's just so weird. I got a video for you to react to. Put in the Discord. Are you in the Discord? Or whisper it to me. But you gotta watch it all the way through. That face makes me scared. But okay. I mean, you're kind of scaring me with that face. But, yo, we here, you know? Like, we're here. Oh, that's the weirdest one. 2000, it is the same. Yep, you were right. Same channel. The cast, oh, I need someone more. Oh, wait, no, I just watched that. Never mind. Whispered it? Okay. Cass sent one. I'm scared of this one. Oh, that's 9 minutes. Yeah, he worked for Adult Swim. Okay. If I watch this one, I gotta speed it up. 9 minutes. Hold on. It's called Transfiguration, so I'm a little scared. Cass sent this one. But apparently, skip to the middle. About here. Yo, what the fuck? What? I don't think I like this. Me neither. I don't like this. Mom. I gotta see what he turns into. Hold on. Whoa. What? That's like the ice cream ad. Hey, yo, but he kind of bad, though. You said weird, so I sent that. No, you win. Time to grab the fucking Glock. Let me see him. Okay. Here he is. It's an artistic thing. No, it is. It is. I can see the art. Because he literally did all of this. Fuck it. You know what it reminds me of? Apocalypse said it. We gotta watch it. What was that ice cream ad? What was it? Baby ice cream, I think. Damn, he bad. Here it is. It's like this ad. Do you remember this? We watched this like a couple weeks ago. Ice Smash.
And how my pores are so clean and clear.
This is an ice cream commercial.
I eat little baby's ice cream. It keeps me young. It keeps me light on my feet. I spring.
I smash expeditionally. W promo. You've seen this?
Little baby's ice cream. You'll wink and nod and hug and high five each other with great enthusiasm. This is a special time. Little baby's ice cream.
What is this? That's an ice cream commercial. Come the fuck on. That's an ice cream commercial. You haven't seen it? Okay. It's called. Okay. I got your whisper probe. Let me see this. I sent another? Okay. So Probe sent me this. Oh, wait. I have it on 2 times. My bad. I forgot. Where's the doctor? I don't know. Since we're being weird. It's not that bad. No, yours wasn't that. Yours wasn't that bad. I've never seen this. What is this? The walrus? She's a model? What is happening? Yes, I was gonna send this. If I didn't send the one I sent it. Okay. It was a creepy pasta. Can we look into your search history? If you watch this, you die. Oh. You possibly need to go somewhere. Whose OF is this? The walrus? Man, Was this the golden age of the internet? W snitch. Oh, there's the walrus. Was this the golden age of the internet? Yes, I think so. I feel fantastic. All right, I'm finna go before I get nightmares. We'll stop soon, I promise. I promise. He watched the whole video, but so did we. What? Not this one? No? Why not this one? He hates this one? I'm going away until I see Black Shepherd. Okay. Damn, this is a banger for real. She's spitting bars. This actively gives me nightmares? I can see that. She talking her shit, let her cook. I'm saying, like, these are bars right now, bruh. Oh, she outfit change. Fit change. Man. One more for you? Okay. This was W Stan, shawty. I'm smashing. I'm saying. Okay. Damn. How did I never see this? Like, where was I? I sent you one on Twitter. Okay. I can see how this would give you nightmares. You know who would have hated this? Lev as a kid. Well, she back. She kind of bad though. Twitter's a dark place. I'm scared now. Twitter's interesting. Twitter's an interesting spot. Oh, I hated it too. She's spitting though. She's spitting though. She feels fantastic. You know? I'm running for Congress on a banned Twitter platform. You know? As a kid, this one and Obey the Walrus got me bad. I don't know how I never saw that. Like, when I first found YouTube, I can show you the first YouTube video I ever saw. And that's like how I was aware that it was a thing. Let me see. And it wasn't even... This is the first video I ever saw.
I went to Levine's yesterday, get some pants for me and my niggas.
This is the first video I ever saw on YouTube.
I ain't had no money.
That guy. Someone was like, you have to see this video. And this is the first video I ever saw on YouTube. First video I ever watched was Dan TDM. What? Have you never seen this video? It's wild. It's just a dude in the woods telling a random story. Okay, Strange sent me a video.
You did what?
Oop. Okay. Strange sent a palate cleanser.
You did what? Are you horny little ass mom? What you did was not only humiliating. If you were me, what would you do?
A Pizza Hut in the garage?
Look, you big-eared freer, you take the horny little ass and you find Jeffrey, 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 and you find
Little palate cleanser, you know?
Really?
I never watched. I wasn't really a Minecraft Let's Play watcher. Addie sent another one. Here it is. Okay. You know, this is something that we as society need to learn. How to fix a water damaged laptop. Hey, yo, FYI, username is 2 slurs. I didn't see it. I just clicked it. Did I? How to basic? Whose username? Whose username? On that last one, Strange sent. Was it? Did I not notice? Uh-oh. Oh, the one Strange sent. My dad caught me watching Minecraft Prawn when I found YouTube. Damn. Oh, yeah, I did not see it. Oop. Let me mark that so I can go back and I'll put a bar over the username. Okay. Here we go. Steve got W Riz though. Hey, apparently, how to fix a water dam? Here, let me move my camera. There we go. We're gonna learn how to fix a water damaged laptop. First, you gotta pour water on the laptop. Yo, my bad, didn't see that. Oh, you're good. That's an easy edit. First, when you have to be able to fix a laptop, you have to damage it with water. You know? Damn. It's broken. A lot of water on that laptop. Obviously, you have to dry it off, right? Like, that makes sense. You know? Okay, get your screwdriver. Taking out the screws. Oh, yeah, dry all that water off. Hair dryer. Feels like he's kind of blowing the water back in, but it's good. Yeah, get all that water out of there. Yeah, soak it in rice. Just cover the entire thing in rice and leave it. Yep, clean the counters. Good. Wait, was there still rice in there? Hold on. Did I still see rice? No, he got it all out. Thank goodness they labeled the hair dryer. I know, I wouldn't have known what that was. I'd have been like, where do I get that? Okay. It didn't work. It caught on fire. Oh no, Scratch. What? I'm sorry. What? Sorry for what? W fire? Yeah, it caught on fire. Sorry for what? I'm confused. Just keep watching. Okay. Oh! The towels. Why do you put eggs? Oh, God. Yeah. Okay. Froze it. Okay, now it works, right? It's got to work. Oh, no. Damn. More fire, yeah. Okay, it's... Why the eggs? What? 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 Okay, it's gotta work now, right? Oh, no, still more fire. Okay, yeah, the eggs. Yeah, more rice. Cook the rice first. Yes. There we go. Yeah. That should do it. Okay. Didn't expect it. Didn't expect this part. Curry. Yeah, we need some curry. Oh, the eating noises. Oh, God. Oh, the eating noises. Oh, God. Okay. Oh God, he's burning his food now. It worked. Wow. 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 It worked. You know? That was good. I'm cool with that. That was weird. Let me see. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm making sure I didn't miss any. I feel fantastic. Sheep. Okay. Okay. We're good. Had you never seen How to Basic? Never. I've never seen that. Like ever. I think like when I first discovered YouTube, I was on a different side, I think. All the videos are like that? They are? Wow, he has 17 million subs. I've never seen that. That's the first video of his I've seen. And this probably would have got me. I'd have been like, oh, I want to learn how to speed my internet up. And I'd have looked and then been like, what the fuck? He rose to fame because he fucking titles his videos like actual how-to videos. And it's so fucking fun. Yeah, he does. How to properly wash your hands. These would have got me. Like this 100%, I'm looking at these. This would have got me. Oh, iDubbbz. I know iDubbbz. And his thumbnails nor the preview videos give it away. I mean, this one did. Now they do. YouTube messed it up. That one does a little bit. That's 7 years. Yeah, no one's looking at. Yeah, 7 years ago, there's no way you know. I know this one got. Yep, I know this one had to be big. How have I never heard of this? This feels like the other day when I discovered Asmongold. This is like a big internet discovery week for me. I mean, did I like that video? I have to like it. Let me go back. That deserves a like. Like, I legitimately have never heard of How to Basic. The only like tutorial videos that I've really seen. Let me see. The tabs at the top, oh my lord. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'll close them. I will close them. Let me I'm closing them. Making sure I need to look at this, so I gotta keep that one open. Okay. The T in Scratch stands for tabs. It does. It really does. Why do I have Twitch open? I can close that. Oh, it's because I was looking at Whispers. That one. We close Twitter. Don't need the channel points. I was looking at that. And wait, I closed down. Damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna use this tab. I think it was this. Yeah, this is the video. Like, I've seen tutorials like these. You know, like these tutorial videos. How to pour a glass of water. You know?
Bryce Chartwell here, and today I'm going to
He's got a nice accent as well.
The perfect glass of water. Start with exactly 1 cup of chilled Gripen Spa water.
Gripen Spa.
Filtered. Next, bring in an industrial-grade thermometer.
You need that. Make sure it's perfect
finally,
temp.
The glass itself. We use a straight-edged glass.
Mm-hmm.
The glass has been diamond-etched.
Diamond-etched.
On the inside.
It's important.
And uses a double flange base beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
We're using an Ivchenko thermometer from Bratislava today.
Fancy.
The water was pre-poured into this pitcher, barometrically controlled overnight, and pre-chilled to exactly 35 degrees.
Pretty cold.
Next on to the pour itself. Today I'm going to use the left-handed defluge technique. Pour the contents in one
Defluge,
straight
you know?
motion,
It's what they
maintaining
use
the
in
bubbles
restaurants.
at least half an inch above the bottom of the glass. Notice that residual aeration should dissipate within 4 seconds. Insert the thermometer and ensure that the water temperature has not risen by more than 0.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
0.4. If it rose too much, it'd start over.
We twist the glass counterclockwise and give it 3 short taps to remove any residual hypertension or carbonation still inside the water.
Can confirm, Texas Roadhouse does this to every glass of water we served. See? Like, that's a real tutorial. That's the real one. That's what I've seen. That and... where is it? I think it's this one. Yeah. This video. You know? How to make a 3-cheese blend.
Hi, I'm Chef Mike Nyland. I'm a Tucson personal chef.
I'm leaving no tip if you manhandle my glass. Exactly. Like if you don't do the 3 taps, you know, turn it, you have to be gentle with it. No tips. This one, a nice Ehow video. You know, we got a good chef here.
For pizza. First you start with shredded mozzarella.
Mm-hmm.
Then a shredded provolone.
Yep.
And then a freshly grated Parmesan.
You need Parmesan.
You mix them all together in the bowl.
Mm-hmm. Now, most people will think that right here you're done, that you've already blended the cheese, but you haven't. You have not yet. There you go. See that
And then
technique?
You can use it for your favorite pizza. That's how you make a 3-cheese blend for your pizza.
Boom. Boom. Like, I hope that you've been enlightened. Yo, what's up, Shadow? How are you? You know, I hope that you've been enlightened there. You know? That was those are tutorials that I was watching. You know? Been a while? It has. How you been? How you been? Good. How about you? Pretty good. Pretty good, you know. Just chilling over here. We were watching the weird side of the internet. You know, some tutorials. You know, just chilling. Been pretty good. TikToks from the weirdest part of the internet. Do we watch that? I mean, this is the thumbnail that I'm looking at. Do we watch it? From the weirdest, like, I'm a little intrigued. The weird side of the internet probably isn't allowed on Twitch. True. The super weird side. If it's TikTok weird, you know, it's probably... Isn't it funny that we've watched, like, this one and this one? Funniest crackhead compilation? I just can't do it. I can't do it. People having a bad day, funny fails. That's too long. Let me see. Let me see. What else do we got? Cringe compilation. We need that too. Ooh. Ooh. The TikTok cringe. Cringe-topia. Yeah, we've been good. Oh, I forgot to look at this game that Curse was talking about. Deceive Inc. It's a detective game?
Extract with it.
Okay, hold on. This is random.
Preferably
But
alive.
Curse told me about this game, so I need to check it out. Okay. Oh, it's like it's spy versus spy, right?
Welcome, Agent. The goal of every mission is to acquire the package and extract with it. Preferably alive.
Preferably alive.
Never see me coming. Perfect.
Completely unnoticed.
Mm-hmm.
Position secured.
So you have to take out the other spy?
One last mission. Let's make it count.
Perfect spot.
This will cost you dearly.
Bring it on.
This actually looks cool.
That's all.
The style reminds me of Overwatch. Kind of.
Bye-bye.
3v3 team battles.
You know what to do.
Yo, this game looks fun though.
Beautiful work.
Unlike Overwatch. Overwatch, I can't play it.
Got myself
Every time I
a
play
moving
Overwatch, I'm
target.
reminded of why I don't play it. Yeah, it's a PvP spy game.
Impossible.
This actually looks cool. Overwatch is ass? Yeah, it is.
Leave it to me.
I don't understand how people can still... It's fun if you have friends playing it, but if you're solo queue, holy shit.
Voila. Mission complete.
I don't understand how people can just play solo queue for hours on end. I'm actually adding this to my wish list. I like that. That game looks fun. Oh, there's a Black Tide DLC. I lose full. I lose full on every shooter now. If I don't have a team, I don't really want to play. Like if it's just me, I also don't understand how people play Apex or Fortnite. Fortnite I can kind of understand, right? But I can't play for hours. I can play for a little bit solo. Apex, I can't play Apex even with a team. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even with a team, I'm not playing. I'm just not playing Overwatch. I mean, Apex. You know, I don't understand how people just pull up Apex and go, yeah, this is about to be so fun. You know, nothing is great like some Apex Legends. You know, love how long it takes to kill people. Apex is honestly not that good. I personally don't find Fortnite fun at all, even with people. That's understandable. I get that. I can play some. Well, everyone plays no build now, but I can play some with friends and stuff. I haven't played like in a long time though. Like seriously played. I need to though. Eventually I'll play. I keep saying I will, but eventually I will. I need to play some no build. Especially because the Eren Yeager skin's in and I want it. So whenever that challenge starts, I'll actually play it. But that's an off-stream game for me. Not an on-stream one. You know? If I'm just doing challenges and stuff, I'm just kind of fucking around. Hey dude, I don't mind Fortnite. Apex is too hard for me. I hit 50 because of you guys. Yo, congratulations, hero. The big 350. Bro gave me a Reinfeld ad. Did I? My bad. Congratulations on 350, hero. Congratulations, yo. Oops, I hit my start button on accident. Congratulations. There we go.
Son of a bitch.
Well deserved.
Oh, fuck. Shitting Jesus, you fucking shit me up and then some, you motherfucker. Oh my god. I died.
Well deserved, though.
This was a bad idea. Whose idea was it to do this?
Well deserved. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. I was talking earlier in the stream about how at the beginning of March, we set the goal at 10 average viewers, right? 10. Because in February, we averaged 7. Thank you again for the raid last night. Oh, it was my pleasure. Could not think of a better spot to send people to. And so we averaged 7 in February, and then when I checked, we averaged 10 last month. We did it. So we hit the goal, 10 average viewers for last month. And so I don't know what I'm going to put the goal at for this month, but I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with the growth. You know? Sweet talking me. I'm serious, you know? I'm serious. Awesome streamer. Like, if you don't already follow Hero, you got to follow Hero. You have to. You got to follow Hero if you don't already, you know? Like, no better spot. Look at that smile. No better spot to go. I'm telling you. I'm also booting up the game. So if you hear like a loud noise, I'm booting up Mass Effect. We are almost done. Apparently, playing all three. Sexy looking man, that might just make me do it. You know? Hey, stop, guys. You're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me. Stop. So far, it says in Mass Effect, because I played through 2 and almost all of 3, we put 151 hours in. And, you know, like, we still are not done. But we are doing the Citadel DLC today. Get excited. Get excited. He blushing? Yo, stop. Stop. You're embarrassing me. I was talking about Hero, but I guess you are too. I was talking about Hero too. You know? I was mainly talking Hero. You know? You know? Plus the accent. It's godly. It's godly. You know? I don't need Game Pass open right now. You know, yesterday, it's funny. We were talking about YouTube Premium yesterday and how good it was. And I was trying to explain to people who don't have it why it's so good. And then imagine that action waking up next to you in the morning. I'm saying. That accent, yeah. Like, glorious. I'm saying, man. I'm saying. You know? Like, what a better way, like, what better way is there to wake up? Like, let's be for real. There isn't. There just isn't. You know? Okay. There just is no better way. Anal. Oh, you're right. That's the best way, but the accent is second. Apocalypse is right. Apocalypse is right. You know? Like, but if you combine the two, then you're in utopia. That's just plain utopia, you know? Okay. It's just like those two together, that's heaven. The two A's. Let me open this. Yeah, exactly. You know? It's the best, to be honest. Sloppy Toppy's the best. I mean, that too. Imagine all three. All three combined. That is what waiting for the game to show up. Hold on. Waiting. Shepard's running around. We're just waiting for the game to pop up. There it is. There it is. I forgot what we were doing, but we're at a party apparently. 3 hour. Ooh. It's funny because I didn't mean to start this, but I guess we're doing it. We're at a party.
Can I be of assistance, sir? Just looking around. Very good, sir.
Yeah, just looking around, you know. Just looking around. Very nice. Very nice atmosphere.
I knew about this place before. It was cool.
You know? Let's see. Anything?
Good evening. Would the gentleman care for a drink? Maybe later. I'm meeting a friend.
Damn, he just said no.
Enjoy your
I'll let my missus know you'll be joining us. Yeah, make sure you like take a whole 3 hour block out of time, you know? You need all the time. Okay. See what they eating over here. Sushi? Okay. Good choice. Oh, it's a sushi bar. Yeah, everyone has sushi. Oh, not you guys. Okay. Pretty nice. Pretty nice overall.
Hey, Shepard, not bad, huh? The sushi place is serious. Like, French guy at the door serious. Only had to save the galaxy twice to get a table here. You seen the line outside?
It's crazy. That's a crazy line.
But here I am, drink in hand. Best pilot in the universe and a rock star.
Yeah, I guess.
From the Normandy?
Oh, you know, maintenance stuff. It's hard knowing a bunch of strangers or poking around in my ship. I mean, your ship.
The best thing we can do right now is Parker and let the techs do their work.
Yeah, let them fix up the Normandy.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe an oil change, space tire rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Trust me, it'll do her some good.
Oh, I trust you. Not sure about those shifty aerospace engineers. Always stealing the silverware.
Yeah, Chris.
Let someone else do the work for once. Hackett's orders. You're on shore leave.
Yeah, whether we like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Need a little vacay.
I may need a drink that comes with an umbrella.
I'm the first human.
Those are the good ones.
I'll get you 2 umbrellas.
A drink with a nice umbrella in it. I love those.
Your email said it was.
Yo, did y'all know fire was invented in 1999?
I'm here because I got.
Was it?
From you.
The hell?
Damn. Racist towards aerospace engineering. That's why he doesn't deserve Edie.
Commander! Excuse me.
He doesn't deserve her. That's when Phil Collins released the Tarzan soundtrack. Hold on. I mean, that one was fire, but I have to look up something first, just to verify. Wait till she's done talking.
Alliance intelligence. There are people trying to kill you.
Just some big eyes, huh? That was fire? It was.
I think he's aware of that.
No, I don't mean Starburst and the Reapers. I mean other people. New people. It's... Someone is hacking your account.
She the fluffer? She is. You know.
They're targeting you specifically.
Hey, Maya Brooks. Yes, sir. Okay, hold on. I just got to look at something. Let me see. Maya Brooks. See, I think fire, whereas 1999 had some fire, right? 1995, the Goofy movie, you know what I'm saying? The Goofy movie was pretty, you know, that soundtrack, pretty fire. Pretty fire. You know what I'm saying? Goofy movie soundtrack. Can't sleep on that one.
What do they want?
The intel isn't definitive yet. Last time, I guess, with
You know?
definitive intel, we almost landed troops on a gas giant.
Tevin Campbell.
Which is bad.
Hang on, Brooks. Take a breath.
She is stressed.
What do you know?
Excuse me, you don't have...
Eye to Eye was lit. It's one of my favorites. Damn, they slapped the shit out of him, huh? Why do they want Shepard? What'd I do to them?
Stay there. I'm coming. Joker.
Ow, my pancreas.
My favorite kind.
Damn it.
You're doing this near the end of the game, right? Yeah.
Find the crew. I'm going.
We did the Horizon mission, now we're doing this. Got his ass. Got him.
You used me as bait?
Go.
You used me as bait?
Good, good. Yeah, we saved Miranda. Nice roll. Heady. Got him.
Brooks.
Got his ass.
Hang on.
Nice roll. Got him. The only time they give you a stealth gun, right? And you know what? Low key, kind of don't want it. Kind of miss my guns. Fuck is that?
Brooks, stay
Got him. Anyone drop any ammo or? Yeah, you did. Okay, perfect. Need that. Excuse me, lady. Man, I missed that one bad, huh? I'm warming up the aim. I know. Worst mistake of your life, my boy. You'll know who you're messing with. Oh shit. Hold on. Yeah, take that. Reload. I like how each class has their own unique style of melee. I do. Alright, I think we're good. Yes, I hear you, Brooks. Jesus. I just rezzed you. She sounds like when your teammate gets knocked in Fortnite. They're like, please get me up. Get me up. Like, Jesus Christ. Let me work.
Brooks.
Up. Damn.
I am a banana.
Oh, man. Such a good trip down memory lane, huh? Jesus. Wait, so Vanguard only gets the silence pistol?
Ooh, that brother's floating.
No, all classes get the pistol. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean in general, like how each class can kind of, but I'm saying each class has their own melee attack. Yeah.
Yep. Feeling good.
Like the combat focused ones get the Omni Blade. I love the Omni Blade. I wish it was lighter.
I think you used too much.
Brooks is high.
Alert cease.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Biotics get a giant ball of biotic energy to blast with them. That's actually cool. And Techs get a fire whip. The fire whip sounds cool. I feel like I chose wrong.
Brooks. I see some sky cars across the gap. Maybe a landing pad.
Fuck is that?
Get a shuttle over there. I'll find a way across.
Okay, right. So, it turns out CSEC has the whole area locked down.
As they should.
It'll be a tiny bit tricky to get you a shuttle.
Keep at it, Brooks.
Oh, look who it is.
Stay off your comm. Well, except for me.
Wait. BRB? Okay. No, you got the Jawbreaker. That's true. I don't know. It's not Morden, because Morden's dead. Damn.
I'm sensing that.
I just got sad. I thought this was Morden, but it's not. Because Morden died. Damn. Not that I'm saying all of them look alike, for the record. You know, it was the suit. It was the suit that looked similar, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, rest in peace, Morden. RIP. We're not going to see Thane either. That's tough. Lay detection by hiding and then using suppressed pistol to stop mercs from calling back. Got you. We fucked that up. Yeah, we fucked that up. Same with Legion. Yeah, Legion's dead too. Unfortunate, man.
Shepard, can you hear me? Are you alright?
Damn.
I'm fine. Might need a little back.
Thane's was the saddest death, though, don't you think?
Joker explained what happened. I'm on foot, but should reach you soon. Excuse me, who is this? You're on an unsecured channel, and you're putting Commander Shepard in danger. In danger? Who is this?
Agreed, Thane was the saddest.
You mentioned Staff Analyst Brooks, yes? That's her. Everybody play nice.
Okay. Although I really like Thane as a character, so that might have something to do with it. Yeah, plus the scene overall was just sadder to me. Legion and Morden's was so quick, you know? The scenes didn't really let them build the emotion up. They didn't really like build the emotion of it. You know what I mean? If that makes sense? Whereas Thanes felt kind of drawn out. Especially his last words in the hospital bed. Yeah. And that it was a prayer for you. Not even for him. Up, fuck. I can never do things the stealthy way.
Good to hear. Things are a little dicey.
Yeah. Come on. Forgot I have that. Because I don't have any weapons. Who else wants some? Damn, cleared them all out. Why did they want to kill me? What'd I do to them? I'm so confused.
Brooks, found a way across. It's locked down.
Right, because of the, lockdown. Can you get through?
I'll try to override.
Did it. Anything over here? Gotta make sure I get all the credits, you know.
Damn it.
Shepard, what are you doing? I heard that.
Stop flipping, Shepard. Holy shit.
Is that some kind of alarm? What's going on? Thought I'd make things more interesting. Of course you did.
The fuck? Oh.
Good.
What do we know about these mercenaries?
They have guns and don't like me.
That's not helpful. Commander, it would really be...
I actually don't know anything about these mercenaries, so...
Hey, they called me.
I actually have no idea why they're mad.
I see you.
I see you too. All right. Got him. Got him. Him too. Okay. I think we're good. Yo, what's up, Glitched? What's up? All right, I think we're good. That's a mannequin. Give me the credits, you know we need. The fuck? She standing there this whole time? Yeah. Liking the progress? Yeah, we making progress, you know. Slowly but surely. It's also because I really want to play Red Dead. What y'all been up to? So far today, we watched some of the weirdest videos on the internet. You know how it is. Had to check them. I swear, if we never knew what you were playing, I'd just say this was Saints Row in some scenes. I agree. I agree. But we watched some weird videos, you know. Some old school weird videos. And I almost watched a cringe comp, but I think I'm gonna save it. And then we booted up Mass Effect. You didn't miss a ton. Almost shot his foot. Damn. Okay. What is with that peak? I love how they... Why would I want to peek like that? Shit out of my face. I'm just rushing him. Yeah, shut that roll shit up. The screaming is great. Oh, shit. The fuck? Where did he come from? Heal up real quick. Get that shit out of here.
There's a C-Sec shuttle inbound if you can get to the Skycar lot.
Got you. Where's your armor? So, here's what happened. Anderson gave us a new apartment, right? And Joker invited us to go to a sushi restaurant just to chill, because we're all kind of chilling. So Shepard just went out like, oh, we're not on a mission. We're on shore leave. And so I don't have any of my guns or my armor. Because they just started attacking at the restaurant. So I don't have... all I'm rocking is a silenced pistol right now. Unfortunately. Shepard, for God's sake. Stop rolling. Anything over here? After this mission, I do want to buy some new armor. They didn't caught you lacking. They did. They did. Look who it is. It's Liara.
Having a bad day, Shepard.
By way of the Citadel DLC, you can get one of the best, if not the best armor in the game. Perfect. So I don't have to buy armor.
Look for a control panel.
Thank God we're doing this then.
I like your outfit. Control panel, right.
Damn, okay. Look at that. Liara's distracted by the fit.
We'll talk about it later.
A shame.
I like this fit on her.
Liked that restaurant.
We'll talk about it later.
Pretty good fit on her, huh? Fucking with it. Liara, what you trying to do, right? That was Matriarch Venezia's outfit I was talking about earlier. Yeah, it's nice. That was a good choice. Okay, ultralight materials. Can always use that. I had a question, but I don't remember what the question was. Liara distracted me. She started to definitely take after her mother. I'm saying, how to tell my sister her son hairline look brazy? You just got to come out and say it. You just got to be like, I mean, she popped him out yesterday. Oh, don't say it about the newborn. You can't tell him that. So the Citadel DLC has like a fight arena. Do I have to win? Yeah, don't say it about the newborn. If it was like an older kid, maybe. You know, because maybe the hair will grow for the newborn. Maybe. It's tough being born with a fucked up hairline, though. You know, I'd be mad as shit. So to get the best armor, you have to be #1 in the fight arena. Okay. I guess we know what we're doing. Oh, I know I was going to ask. So I was told... I'm going to give him some time, but he forces my hands. Congratulations on the new nephew.
Stand back.
One moment.
So I was told I could take Miranda on a date here, right?
Could you please open the gate?
But if I take Miranda on a date, does that ruin things with Liara? Also, fun fact, who comes to help you changes depending on who you're romancing. I'm not trying to be mean, but when people have babies, I be thinking they ugly right out the womb. That's because they are. It takes a few days, you know? Takes a few days. That's why you don't take pictures like day of, you know? It doesn't? So I can take Miranda on a date too? Bet. Liara loyal in her jeans. You know what I'm saying? Look at her. She looking good. Go to the extraction zone. Am I going the right way? I got turned around. This is not it. Oh, wait. So like it's not always Liara, it will change depending on Shepard's romance. That's cool. They keep sending me pics. What even is this? I drove all the way down here for this little nigga. You know, congratulations on the new nephew, though. Here comes one of the best scenes in the entire DLC. All right, I'm looking. My boy Rex. What's up, Rex? Damn. God. Tossed his ass out of there. Damn. Thank you. My mom be telling me those babies are beautiful and get mad at me when I say I don't see it. I think it's different for moms.
What are you doing here?
You know, like if you're a mom, Rex fucked them up. If you're a mom, I feel like you see babies differently. You know, bro, running through this shit like Tomb Raider. Rex is a true bro. I love Rex. Rex and Grunt are two of my favorites. What the fuck is this? Why do I want the Spitfire? I don't really want it. Like, fuck that gun. Using the silence.
Joker, we lost our ride. Where are you?
On my way. Picked up Brooks. Figured you'd have a few questions.
Good call.
Liara definitely giving Rex some coochie after seeing this. She better not. He's dead. Rex is dead. Can't even use my first aid yet. Rex and Grunt guaranteed to fuck some shit up 100%.
Yes and no. Merc's in a C-Sec shuttle.
What?
Little busy right now.
Right, sorry. We'll be there soon.
Nice roll, my boy. How's it going? Pretty good. How far are you? This is where I'm at. We literally just had the sushi dinner. I fell through a swimming pool, and Rex is dead over there. I mean, when did you start? Not long ago. Not very long.
Approaching your position, Commander. Just following the gunfire.
Copy that.
He should have lived a little longer. Yeah, he dead. Don't worry, I'll take over. We've almost survived long enough, except Rex. No ammo? Jesus fuck. Where's the ammo at? Hold on. Oh, we're good. Yeah, it hasn't been that long. He could have fell through Liara's swimming pool if he lived a little longer. Liara's mine. You know, we're gonna try to take Miranda on it. How close are you to beating the game? I think we're getting pretty close if we're doing the last DLC. I checked the playtime for all 3 games. We're at like 150 hours.
Someone want to tell me what's going on here?
Even as a renegade, I can never betray Rex and sabotage the genophage. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that.
I don't know. I've never seen them before.
I think we're getting close.
I can't believe you survived all that. They had guns and grenades and those drone things.
It's all right. I'm calling Commander Bailey. See what's going on with C-Sec.
Like after Dalatrass, I'm saying. Ooh, that's some hours, yeah.
Wouldn't that just make whoever you contact?
If you do, you can get both the Solarians and Krogan. I just don't care.
Until we know more.
I like Rex too much.
Okay. For now, we run the.
I have hiccups.
Right. Ourselves. On our
Is Eve still alive?
Outside the law.
Yes. Yes, she is.
Brooks, it's okay. I know this is a lot to deal with.
I got shot. I got Medigel, but still, I took a desk job explicitly to not get shot. And you killed 100 guys with a pistol.
Well, yes, that did happen.
I mean, who does that? Well, you.
He stole our Metadote. I hate this one.
They said the Medigel might make me jumpy. Do I seem jumpy?
She's tweaking right now.
How did you get mixed up in this?
I monitored data for Alliance Intel.
That's tough, lady.
IDs. Like, someone using an Admiral's pass.
That's what happens when you're high on meds, Brooks. Exactly.
I wrote a tracking program. It's really neat. I named it Mr. Biscuits, after my cat.
God, she's one of those cat owners.
Anyway, my program detected a breach in your classified files. Soon, everything we had on you was compromised. Personnel files, mission reports, everything.
Since when does hacking personnel records involve heavy weapon fire?
Think of what criminals could do if they had Shepard's military access codes.
Still less annoying than Trainer or Vega. Amen.
Why they need you dead.
Amen.
Nothing to stop them till the damage is done.
Okay, let's figure out who they are and shut them down. Ideas?
Maybe. That pistol you picked up.
For such a tiny thing, it packs a punch. Never seen anything like it before.
Pretty nice.
Nor have I. Let me see if I can dig something up.
Well, you can try, but I should warn you, I haven't found anything yet, and I've been digging pretty deep.
Not deep enough.
You have. Glyph.
Collating relevant intel for review, Dr. Tassoni.
Really, guys? It looks like a black painted Carnifex with a scope.
All right, the hour's on point.
Never seen anything like that. It's literally a gun. Guns pack a punch.
Joker, you've been busy.
I found some folks who actually like being shot at.
If Rex die, Vega will help you with Liara. Yeah, I'm good without Vega. You know what I'm saying? Me and Vega, I'm good.
Okay, later, when this is over and everything is settled, we are gonna talk about this bait thing.
You were hardly bait, bro. Like, calm down. Oh, I forgot about that.
Back during my pilgrimage, I used to walk around near that sushi place and watch the fish through the window.
I mean, yeah, I'm good, Tally. Thanks.
But I think to myself, someday, when I've proven my worth to the galaxy...
Also, I'm still convinced Joker's lying about his whole brittle bone disease now. I think so.
Do they even have food you could eat there?
You can play arcade games with squad mates in this area. Very good hangout time. Interesting. Is that only now, or is that even after, like, this DLC's done?
Glad Liara's on this. If anybody can sift through a mountain of boring stuff to find
Let's whip this, and then the whole little moment of Mass Effect 2. You can do it even after? Okay.
The restaurant attack has made the news. Civilian casualties seem to have been restricted to fish.
It's not fair that Edie's with Joker. It's just not fair. Press M to see what squad. You mean map? My map button? I'm not playing on keyboard. Yeah, I can't use the map right now, but it probably would be easier if I was... I'm not talking to Jacob. Fuck Jacob. I mean, not Jacob, James. Anyone else? Or are they all just... Anyone in the rooms? Oh, there's Liara.
Shepard, I've found something. We can gather the team whenever you're ready.
This room looks surprisingly photorealistic for Mass Effect. It's pretty nice.
I've made some progress. Would you like me to call the meeting?
Yeah, let's go. Oh, I didn't talk to Garrus. Damn, my fault. Whoops.
I called in some
Or Rex. Damn, my bad.
It led me to
The textures and lighting are better than usual.
Khan. He's been suspected.
Probably because they had more time to develop the DLC, right?
To the Citadel.
Because it didn't drop when the game first came out like they do DLCs now.
Khan made an interesting call.
Yeah, the main game was made in 2 years. Yeah, and for this one, they had more time.
Turn on a vid screen. When I sell a gun, I don't want it showing up on the nightly news.
You won't be linked to me.
Save it. Our association is terminated. And if you even think of coming after me, I've got info on you ready for prime time. So you ponder that. Khan out.
So that's our identity thief.
Looks like he's got an ID disguiser. Those things are a pain in the ass to get around.
Did you get anything on the mercenaries who attacked us?
I'm confused as to who these people are.
Operation called Cat 6. As most of you know, Cat 6 is an
Actually, all the DLCs released within a year of this game's release? Oh.
They have criminal records, histories of steroid abuse, and other charming features.
You'll find out, and oh, what a twist. Okay.
Not by Khan.
That phone call was pretty damning stuff. How'd you get it?
It involved the weapons biometric data, Solarian intelligence, and a Hanar prostitute with camera implants.
Seriously?
No, but the truth is boring.
Khan didn't sound friendly to whoever that voice was. Maybe he'd pass on that info to us.
That would take some extremely smooth talking. If he sees you, he'll probably assume you're looking for revenge. The casino has a panic room. Chances are he'll have gone to ground there. EDI can give us programs to hack the door, but the cameras and guards complicate things.
You know what Hanners looks like? No.
Disappear, or worse.
The giant Kemmelman Legate. Every conversation they speak literally. Oh, yeah.
She's right. We can't risk spooking him. We go in quiet. Small team. No gun.
There are people in this universe who actually look like those.
This evening, the casino will be hosting a charity event to assist war.
Like, I mean, like.
Purchase some tickets, Glyph. Then call up a layout of the building.
Score. So, how close can you get? You don't usually put a back door in a panic room.
This air shaft bypasses the security gate and ends up in storage. From there...
Right, sorry. Hannah are the jellyfish people. Elcor are the camel men.
Convenient. There's gonna be alarms all over that shaft. I believe I have some countermeasures that may help. I'll know more once we're inside.
Who will go in this shaft? They need to be small in size. Yeah, that's not me. Too many snacks of roast ferret leg.
I suspect my suit's built-in tech would be picked up by security sensors.
My presence in the casino would arouse suspicion. Mechs are not allowed, since they can have cheating software.
What you need is somebody trained.
I got called in too early. Have a great day, chat. And Scratch, much love, my man. Have an amazing day and a great stream. Yo, we love you. We love you, Strange. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping in. Too bad you don't have the ability to have a fake epidermal skin. Oh wait.
No. What?
Y'all have the number still. Yeah. We'll have to make a call. You know what I'm saying?
But
we got you.
I managed to get shot just coming to talk to you. Now I'm supposed to hack my way into a safe room?
We'll be backing you.
We'll make a call. I got the voice changer. You know what I'm saying?
We'll cover you.
If that's settled, it looks like there's one last hurdle to get us inside.
She's so whiny. I mean, she did just get shot.
I am a banana.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
See ya. Later. All right, so we're taking... Oh, we only have one option for this. Are we fighting? Like, seriously, Edie, just bring up that fake human skin that mech has, considering Eva core made it. That's true, she did. She could just make herself look human. You should definitely take your romantic partner with you if you want some... Okay. Yeah. Now you're going to a casino. Okay. All right. Good. So we don't have to take Garrus to fight with. Okay. That guy looks like the guy from Hunger Games. Didn't he? That guy right, on the left?
Commander, keep dressing like that and you'll have to catch me when I swoon.
Damn.
I might do more than catch you.
How are you so calm? Well,
wait, hold on. Brooks is kind of... Brooks is kind of...
Relax, Brooks.
Right.
Just some big eyes, though. But, Brooks a baddie for real. I hate to watch you leave, but I love to watch you go. Hold on 1 second. One second, Liara. Hold on.
Okay, Liara. Time to meet the...
There's something about Brooks' facial structure that turns me off. It's probably her eyes. Her eyes are a little big. I'm not going to lie about that. Let's mingle. He does look like he was in Hunger Games. Am I wrong? From the side. What's that guy's name? I don't remember, but he looks like him. I've never watched it. Oh.
Hi, Elspeth Moraine. I'm running for Zakara.
PETA? Yeah. Doesn't he kind of look like PETA?
I've had bad experiences with politicians.
Who hasn't? That's why I'm running.
Bet.
I got sick of leaders with ties to Terra Firma.
I can't say the name PETA like that without thinking of Lois Griffin from Family Guy.
G facilities. It needs security. It needs jobs. It needs everything. And hopefully, with a friend like
she's doing that shit I do when I'm not listening.
Make it happen.
Where you just kind of start nodding.
I'm upstairs by the grate leading to the shaft, but there's a problem. Can you meet me?
I only know that because one of my female friends is obsessed with that franchise. That's the reason why I saw the first one. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she's over here. Brooks is a baddie for real. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, right. Just like we thought.
The things we do for women, I'm saying. You're not wrong.
Use this. It's a
also, killing the council in Mass Effect 1 didn't give you any less war assets because if you do, you get the support of a general that gives you an equal amount of as the council. Yeah, so
yeah.
Since we did kill them,
The
you know.
legend's working.
Good. Follow the blue wiring.
Thank you.
In case it needs to be said, don't try to bypass a camera while you're being watched.
Got it.
I see a junction in the wall, but there's a camera watching it.
Shepard, I'm sending a hack to your Omni tool. It will fool the camera, but it'll...
Big H, you know what it is.
Got it.
We need that. We need the Big H. Yeah, but it's kind of cool to see the Destiny Ascension roll up in the end instead of another warship. Mass Effect devs don't like Big H. It's a shame. Because Brooks is kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, Brooks bad.
Enjoying the party?
Young people party. I drink. Tonight it's ring call on the rocks.
Oh, you're boring. I'm finding someone else who's more interesting to talk to. Young people party. I drink. All right, I'm out of here, my boy. Nice talking to you.
Commander Shepard.
Shaira. It's been a long time.
My idea of a long...
She's solid. I'm saying, right? Like,
What can I say? I put a lot of living into the last few years.
Brooks solid. She'd be a good addition to the Big H.
Advice for me this time?
When?
Damn. Okay. Short. She packing heat. Oh, what's up, security? She was in Mass Effect 1 quest, the Cesari lady? Yeah. I vaguely remember. I'm not bypassing it. Can I bypass the ATM? No. Can I?
What?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just trying. Or should I? I guess I should say cake. Yeah. Hold on. I'm just trying to. No one's watching, right? Damn. Renegade, but I need the credits. She's the person Liara was upset about flirting with you, if I remember correctly. Okay, where am I going? Oh. Distract the guard. Got you. Yo, what's up, my boy?
Excuse me. I think I saw someone doing drugs in the men's room.
Drugs?
I see. Were you able to identify the substance used?
Red sand.
Damn, red sand. Not drugs. Drugs are bad, okay?
Unknown at this time. Moving to confront. Send backup. We're taking care of it, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Why does Mass Effect and Star Wars both have red sand as drugs? I don't know.
Thanks, Commander. I'll see if I can get to the panic room.
That is weird.
And I'll get back to
That was the weakest excuse ever. It was.
We'll get to Khan.
Okay, Mr. Mackey. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
What do you have? Nothing too crazy. I want to be able to walk a straight line.
Oh no, they're doing drugs in the bathroom. Send all the guards.
Not all of them.
We're at war against drugs, didn't you know?
It's earlier.
You weren't even in there.
Shotgun.
Okay. Who else? Ready to talk to you. Anyone else in here look interesting? Nope, can't talk to you. Nothing here.
Come on, Tiger Bite. Bring it home.
You got a lot riding on him?
He's my boy.
They have cameras. Shouldn't they have cameras in the stalls or something? Could you imagine if they did? You can play games. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to bet. I think you have to gamble. Look at Liara.
Enough to pay for my kids' tuition.
Let's see. Gamble. All right. Let's see what we got. Racing. Which one do you think we should choose? Tuna fish dog, tastes like chicken, something clever, or Bosley? I think it's random. I know, but which one do you want to use? Which one do you want to put it on? Based upon the name. 8-1 is the... All right, we're going to go something clever. 8-1. Here we go. Fuck it. We're putting 750 on it. Let's do it. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Rigged. Fuck this game. All right, Bosley. It's your last chance, bud. Last chance. We did it. We did it. I'm back. Did you win? We lost the first one, but we won this one. Give me my money. No, hell no.
Talk to me, Brooks.
More gambling?
Okay, Edie, I need a tech solution. Brooks,
Find more gambling games?
find some
Bet.
functions and take down-
Gamba stream. We're a Gamba stream. You thought you could only Gamba on Kick. We're Gamba. What do I have to do? Disable sensors. These sensors over here? Is it this one? No, there's no sensor here. Where are the sensors? Gambling good. Yeah, that's what we're gonna gamble more. Don't you worry. Where are the sensors? Wait, this isn't timed, right? I can just play games? Let's do it. How to play. Select the amount you wish to bet. Start a game. The game starts you off with 1 to 5 points. You may then hit for either 1 to 8. The goal is to get as close to the number 20 without going over. The red on the ground? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't looking. You're right. Okay, so we gotta get as close to 20 as possible. 750. We go big here. Okay. All of your money, 750. Yeah, yeah. Here we go. We got 8.
Follow the red wiring.
18. I think we gotta stop. We gotta stop. Woo! Let's do it again. Let's keep it rolling. $10. 17. Do I try again? Do I go one more? Or do I stop? Do we hit? Or do we stay at 17? I don't know. We're going to stay. No, we... Do whatever you think. I'm taking this one. We're going again. All right, we broke even. One more. Here we go. 4 to 7. 7. 11. 16. Damn. Damn it. We got to win our money back. Yeah, I know, Liara. Hold on. We got to win our money back. Okay. The commander is gambling. Leave me alone. 6. 12. 20. Let's go. We doubled it. One more. More gambling. Damn. Up. One more. We lost our money. We got to make that back. We have to make that back. We can't end on a loss. 9. 16. Okay, we got to hope for 4. Hope for 4. 4. Damn. I know, Liara. We'll follow the red wire. It's fine. Hold on. We got to win our money back. We're down 1,500. 10. You got to add a gambling command? What should... Okay, let me see. How do we... Let me add it. Exclamation mark gamble command. How to set up gambling on Twitch. Yeah, we're all... Shepard losing his life. Let's see. Streamlabs. You tripping? You lost already? Leave. No, we can't end on an L. You know what I'm saying? We can't end on an L. Let's see if Stream Elements has a gamble command. If they do, I'll set it up real quick. Is Rex alive? He is. He lived. He's back. We just didn't revive him when we were fighting, you know? Chat commands. I need a gamble. Let's see. Level, no. I could add the Streamlabs bot just to do gambling, but I don't want to add another bot. You definitely gonna dick Liara? Nah. She's been flirting with me all day. Oh, you're looking for Similac 360 like I got a baby. Let me set this up. The ultimate Twitch gambling bot. That sounds like what we need. Time for a nigga bot, huh? You know it. The site's under construction. We need gambling. We need gambling over here. This isn't helping. What's our excuse that we're going to tell Liara? We're going to tell her that his hairline looked like he won a 40 out. Damn. Let's turn into roulette. Is it roulette? Mind your business, bitch, is what we gonna say. I mean, that works. That works. You know, his hairline it just takes a little bit. You know? It takes a little bit. It may be fine. I can't find one. Oh, they changed it to roulette for some reason. I'm changing it to gamble. There we go. Are you going to get that glorious beard? I need one. Okay. Try it now. See if you can gamble. I think you have to gamble points. How do you see your points? I think you have to gamble like a certain amount. Is it not working? Let me see. Your command when stream is online. There it is. There it is. You know what else we'll do? We'll do raffles. A raffle. So then you can just raffle points. So I think it's like they finesse me for a stack. So let's go. There you go. I think it has to be a round number. Let's see. Type join if you want points. That's how you do it. Exclamation mark join. We don't have that one. I don't have that set up yet. You got to join if you want 6,000 points to gamble with. There's also a timeout. Let's see who wins. All right, we're at 10. 17. There you go, Snow. You won. Gambling addict chat. Yeah. So I think
Follow the red wiring.
Liara, I know. I'm gambling here. Damn. We're taking the money. We're taking the money on that one. Gamble 2 inches. Okay. So we're at 5. 10. 13. Okay, 7. Oh, 19 is good. Gamble 4 inches. I won't have any left. Okay, we're almost back. I think we're up. What do we got? 4. 12. Okay, give me an 8. 19. Bet. Give me the money. I think the cooldown is 15 seconds. Damn, Snow. Let me see how I can give more points away. I think we need to up the points. Here's what I'm going to do. I got y'all. Here's what's going to happen. I'm back on you bitches. Add points. And I'll give y'all... What's a good number of points? I'll give y'all 25K. I'm feeling nice. Add points, use all. Add points, let's see. There you go. I gave y'all 25 racks. Enjoy. Enjoy it. 25 racks. I don't need no donation. Talk to them broke boys. Damn. Look at y'all. Who's brave enough to go all in? 13. Give me a 7. 20. It's a 15-second cooldown. Damn. Okay, what other games we got? Damn, Snow. Okay, Quasar's too easy. We need a harder game. What other games they got? Damn. 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 Went all in. You got 1,900 points. Damn, what's up with a Stimmy? Damn. Wait, I'm not betting on this again. You ripped me off last time I did this. There's gotta be more games. There's some upstairs. It smelled like broke. Trying to gamble the rest of my money. You gotta gamble 1,900. Just if you want to gamble at all, I think you just type gamble all.
Like all down from the knee? That's new.
Going as fast as I can, Brooks.
Like, damn, leave me alone. I'm trying to gamble, Brooks. Jesus.
Red wiring.
You have to wait for the cooldown. Follow the red. Fine. You won't leave me the fuck alone. How much is them little Teslas? I'm not sure.
There's a junction by the roulette wheels, but it's in plain view of 2 guards.
But you can do something, right? Because my legs are maybe sort of starting to fall asleep a little.
Working the crowd
Hang in
upstairs.
there. We've got
Just a
this.
second, ma'am. I'll contact the surveillance desk. You can point him out to me.
Being watched.
Suspicious activity. My floor.
A guard spotted me.
Hold on, mingling. Playing roulette. I lost 50 bands. Who got a ski mask real quick? It smells like dead in here. We're clear?
I can distract him. Tell me when.
Right now.
I bring greetings from the consort Shaira. She instructed me to schedule a session.
I think I did it.
Testing the obstruction detector. And I think we're okay.
We got one more, right? Give me 2 million? I'm not giving you 2 million. You addicts. You're already addicts. I'm not giving you 2 million. What's the command for mine? What's the command? Let me see. I'll do a raffle. Let me borrow 2 million. Raffle, I think is it, and we'll do another 50K. Join. You got 30 seconds to join. See who wins. See who wins. Yeah. 22 seconds if you want points. Deep Throat Steve. Let's see. Who's winning? 7 seconds. This isn't the one. Where's the other terminal? Oh, it's over here.
I'm at a junction. There's a camera and a guard.
I'll just be here. Try not to
look hungry. They have.
I wouldn't turn that down. Hey, who told you I like that fish?
We did it. I lost 50 racks today. I'm on Seaman time. Demon time. Demon time, of course.
Be careful, Brooks.
You gotta let me borrow some money, Scratch. Remember, we're friends. Didn't I just give you...
What? What happened?
Hold on. Hold on. You don't have any point? Where's the guard? Shepard, let's go. Stop the guard. We have to intercept him. Damn.
Hey. Just calm down. I'm trying to do
Damn.
different things here. Barrel?
Here. All right, this is the last. I'll give y'all one more stimmy. You get one more. Give me 2 million. I promise I won't lose it all. I'll give you 100K. How's that sound? You see this? It's all you. 100K. All right? There. You got 100K. It's the last stimmy I got. All right? Damn. Look at y'all. There you go. You're rich now. You know, you're rich.
We checked out the alarm in storage. It's nothing. Minor accident.
Find out who tripped it and get them in my office by end of shift.
You're rich.
Now you. What'd you need?
I'm sorry, are you with security? I thought you were a friend of mine.
We rich. Fuck them other 25 broke boys.
Enjoy your evening.
You're clear, Brooks.
All right, we're going to go play roulette.
Thanks, Commander. I'll see if I can get to the panic room.
Damn. We're going to play roulette. I got to pee, though. I'll be right back. Be right back. All right. Oh, look, Cass won too. Look at it. Look at y'all. Just gambling. Wait, how much did you lose? You lost all your points, Snow? I don't think you can. I think only I can. I think I'm the only one that can give points. You know, you just gotta earn points. Damn. You lost them all. Give him 2 million. I promise he won't lose it. I just watched him lose 200K. I just watched him lose it. I'm down $250,000 today. Yeah, you're on rough times. Look at Cass, though. Cass is just out here winning. Yo, where's the roulette table? Oh, here it is. All right, we're playing roulette. No, this isn't it. That's racing. Where's the roulette table? Damn, 600K? Like, there you go. I thought I saw roulette somewhere. I'll be sucking dick all night. Oh, there it is. Roulette time. Here we go. Play blackjack? I don't know if they have it. Where are we putting it? What number are you feeling? Black or red? Let me see how you earn points besides gambling. Stop playing with me. I think that's it. I think that's the only way you can I guess the only way you get it. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's the only way. I think you get points randomly. Remember those cold nights I was sleeping on the floor? Remember I was in the project walls, couldn't even get a loan. Look at you. Rich as fuck now. Rich as fuck. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, I'm gonna go with. We're gonna go with Red 13. He's in the project walls. He can't even get a loan. Okay. Fuck it. All right, let's see what we get. Damn. Okay. That was luck. Walk to the corner with me. I'm not going to do nothing. All right. I'm thinking red 8. No, red 3. Put the whole stack on there. Okay. Okay. So I was right on the color. So I'm thinking black. Black 18. Black 18. Damn. We're losing too much money. Damn. I'm doing it again. Gambling stream. Black 5. Damn. How much money did I just lose? Hold on. How much did I just lose? Got 600K. Stop chilling in the jacks, you weird. The allowed Twitch gambling stream. Do I put that on there? Should I change the title to that? We're gambling on Twitch. Yes? Got it. The only allowed Twitch gambling stream. There we go. We're gambling over here. Red 6. Can I put multiple? Remember I was in county jail? None of these bitches was picking up the phone. What? Black 18. And we'll do... Put one on 0. All right. Let's go. We're losing so much money, bro. I think I'm an addict. We're gambling addicts over here, boys.
Okay. So now I think you just need to get to me.
You know what I'm saying?
Other side of the security gate.
Okay, yeah, no problem, Brooks.
Bypass the camera back there.
You're not Roddy, but you definitely rich, babe.
Hang tight.
Hold on.
I'll get to you.
I have a hangnail. I gotta cut it off. I gotta cut this hangnail off, you know what I'm saying? While I'm doing that, let's put everything on Black 9. Damn. Ouch. Wasn't paying attention. There we go. 13's a lucky number, right? Watch it. It's such a real sad story, my gambling story. I didn't get no handouts. Oh, Legata, I heard that Tyler's new CD was an April Fool's joke and it's just a bunch of old songs on there. Is that true?
Follow the yellow wire.
Which one? The one that came out yesterday. Like the extended version of... I forgot what the CD's name. Let me see. Not Igor, obviously. It's... If you don't want to die young like Roddy Rich, you better make a donation. Call me if you get lost. The estate sale. Yeah. I heard that was an April Fool's joke. It's just like... There's a couple new songs, but other than that, they're like old. It's still the best version? Okay. Damn.
Any luck with the gate, Commander?
Shut up, Brooks. I'm gambling.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Liara, I know. Have you started Call Me If You Get Lost? No. No, I was busy yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to. All right, this is the last one. We're going big. What's the lucky number here? Oh. I've never seen a bridge truck follow a hearse. I'm going to do that, and then we're going to go 11 through 20. Yo, we won some. Woo! That's a winner right there. How much in debt are you? I don't think I'm in debt. Oh, right now, I don't know how much I...
Follow the yellow wire.
Damn, Cass. I don't know. How much do I bet every time? It doesn't tell me. I've just been I've kind of just been putting coins down. Damn, Snow. Check your money after this. Let's check my money now. Okay, red. We won on red. Yes, sir. We won on red. Let me see. Let's see how much money we got. Damn. We kind of just been... Where's my money at? Brokey. 33. Okay, we still got 33K. Damn. Get your money up. Get your money up and not your funny up. I'm feeling red here.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Feeling red here.
Maybe I can just scrunch up tight against the wall. That might help, right?
There's always back in the shaft.
Well, let's not go crazy here.
We lost. All right, so that was 2,000. I've been losing 2K every time. Damn. I've been losing 2K.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Yeah, 1 second, Liara. Just give me 1 second. Yo, can I hold 2K real quick? How much money did you have before? I have no idea. How many rounds have I done of this? Because I lose 2K every time I do this.
Yellow wiring.
So if I'm losing 2K, I've probably done this like 10. Can't stop now. You're right. I'm feeling red here. We're going all in on red. We won.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Liara, I know. Okay, I'm feeling black 7. All in on black 7. Shut up, Liara. I'm spending my money wisely. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? Let's use ChatGPT to see what number I should pick. That's what we're gonna do. You know, to be responsible. Hold on. Actually, we'll use Google's. Pick a number 2020. Let me go to Google's. It's called Bard. There it is. Okay. So we got Google's Bard. Here we go. Pick a number between 0 and 20. 12. All right. Put it all on 12. Hello? All on 12. Oh my God. Okay, you know, it's bound to get it wrong every once in a while. Let's go back. Let's retry it. No, I don't want you to pick a... The AI must know everything. Here's a random number between 0 and 20. 13. Okay. It has to know. 13. The last was just a fluke. Yeah. Okay. That was a fluke too. That was a fluke too. Okay.
Commander, we're okay, right? You've got a plan for this gate.
Yeah.
Plan for this gate.
Yeah, I got a plan. Okay. So here's where we start. Google Bard knows everything and it's about to win me the max on roulette. Here we go. Pick a number between 0 and 20. Do it. 17. All right. 17 it is. So we're going to... Liara won't marry you knowing that you're broke. We went all in on 17. We're 0 for 3. We're 0 for 3. She ain't got nothing to take from you. Okay. One more. This is the last one. Then we're going to do this damn mission. Here we go. Here we go. 10. You might have to search for alternative ways of earning money if you lose this. That's what I'm saying. Here we go. We're putting everything we have on this. 3 stacks. Oh my God. We're losing so much money. How much have we lost? We just lost 5K. We got to go again? You're right. We can't end on an L. Let's do it one more time. What's up, my favorite people? I'm here lurking for now. Got to knock out the honey-do list real quick. All right. Have fun with that list. We're just gambling, you know. We're letting Google do the gambling for us. Pick a number between 0 and 20. Let's go. 14. Okay. Here we go.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Here we go. Damn it. We're losing so much money, bro. We're going to be down to 0. How much are we at now? 23. Shut up, Liara. I'm being responsible. All right, one more time. One more time. 14. You just gave me that. 14. Okay. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on. Let's reset. Reset the chat. It likes 14. Yeah, it does. I have picked a number. Just give me the number. Year old. No, not year olds. Not year olds. Oh my God. Give me a number. You can guess it, but I will not tell you if you're right or wrong until you... Okay, 10. What's the... It's got to play games, bro. I will ask Bing and tell you. Okay. 19. 7. Okay, 7. Bet. Here we go. Put it all on 7. Okay. Let's see what it also said 7. I got 13. All right.
Any luck with the gate, Commander?
Shut up, Brooks.
It's done when it's done.
We have to win once.
Yellow wiring.
Oh my God. We're going to win one time. We have to. We're at 20K. We're going to have to go win my money back on that other gambling thing. All right. Let's do it again. Can you... You got 19? Okay. Here we go. 19. I'm a Bing user.
Follow the yellow wiring.
I know, Liara. I know. I know. I know we have to follow the wire. It says 13. I want a new number, though. I can't do that. Just give me a number. 2. 2 is what Bing it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So she picked 20. Okay, so Baird picked 20. We're going to go 2 and then 20. Here we go. Okay, so it wasn't 2. Okay. Here we go. What are the odds? Okay, where are we at? 16K. 5? All right. We have to win once.
Maybe I can just scrunch up tight against the wall. That might help, right?
10.
It's always back in the shaft.
10. Do we get 2 10s in a row? 19. Damn.
Follow the yellow wiring.
20. Here we go. 13. Mm-hmm. People are going to wonder what's going on here. Yeah, 12. Here we go. 3. 0. 20. Of course now it's 20. What are we at right now? We're at 8,000.
Follow the yellow wiring.
We're at 8,000. We are so poor. Just spam gamble. Go as fast as possible. Okay. I'm just gonna close my eyes and pick one. Where we at? What'd I pick?
Commander, we're okay, right? You've got a plan for this gate.
I've got a plan for this gate.
Chose 15. All right, here we go.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Damn! Where are we at? 5K. We can't stop now. We have 2 more. All right.
Follow the yellow wiring.
This is our last one because we have no more money.
Follow the yellow wiring.
Liara, I know. Oh, I guess it chose a column. How do you win this? You've won like twice. Yo, what's up, Phyllis? Oh my God, we lost all our money, bro. We have 2. Okay, we have 1 more chance. What's the number between 1 and 20? This is the one. This is the win. Lost on his money gambling. 0? All right, we're putting it all on 0. Come on, 0.
Any luck with the gate, Commander?
Shut up, Brooks.
Follow the
14. Okay, we're good. We got 1,400.
You what?
Yeah, we had 40K at one point. Lucky number 13.
follow the
We have $400.
yellow wiring.
Not enough credits. Oh my God. We lost everything.
Maybe I can just scrunch up tight against the wall.
We lost everything.
There's always back in the shaft.
We lost everything. We got to change the title. We lost everything. We're in the Project Walls. Liara won't even visit me in county jail. Can't even get a loan. Damn.
I can't get the security gate to open from here. The junction must be on your side. It might be tricky, just so you know.
Have a little.
This game needs loans? Yeah, I need a loan.
My floor.
A guard spotted.
Yo, what's up?
The thing about Solarian parties is, they all do it too well.
I don't follow.
Is there somewhere I can go to make a private call? It's
Why is she using an axe? All your money go. We'll get some money back.
Khan, I'm not here to threaten you.
We'll get some money back, you know. It takes real talent to lose 40K.
What the hell?
I see this conversation will be strictly one-sided.
Damn.
Commander,
That's why you don't gamble.
on the terminal.
This mission was way longer than it would usually be. It's because-
Him or the killer or
That's why you don't gamble.
When I tripped that alarm, did I screw this up?
Don't gamble.
What
Learn
did
from
you
me.
do for?
Mistakes. Thoughts.
Imagine you date Miranda and
Whoever
tell
wanted
her
to do this fast.
I can.
But not the Khan.
Oh, I can't afford the food or drinks? Yeah, she would not have that, huh?
Guess again.
Lesson learned. Yeah, we learned. We learned a valuable lesson. Gambling's just not for me, you know?
The last guy that trash talked me was a
It's fine.
letters taller than you.
You know? Miranda, I'm 40K down. Don't leave me, please. And can you give me a loan?
Why do this? What did I do to you?
I'm gonna take everything you have and everything you are.
Damn, at least Legate's winning.
Sorry, Commander. There wasn't enough time to trace the call.
I'm up, you're down. Yeah, at least you're winning.
The ones that got wiped?
At least you're winning.
You think we can find something?
With EDI, anything's possible. The sooner we get...
Does the one on video look vaguely familiar? I noticed he had cornrows. Is that like an alter me? An alter ego of me or something?
Thank you, Shepard. That was fun.
Did you see that he lost all his 40K on gambling?
It wasn't a total loss. Brooks, work with EDI to see if there's anything useful on those drives.
Yeah, we,
I'll let you know what we find.
Damn. We can't afford this apartment anymore. Major L. Yeah, it was. We can't afford this house anymore. Oh, look, we got credits. 15K. We're up. Be sure to talk to everyone. Okay. We're up.
I could go for some food while we wait. Too bad you shot the hell out of the best sushi place in the Citadel.
You have to put the amount too, Phyllis. You have to put the amount you want to gamble. You can gamble everything or you can gamble like a certain amount.
I hope Brooks and Edie can...
Let's go back to the casino. We have to.
Same here.
Put all.
I look pretty damn good in a fancy dress, Commander. I'm gonna need an occasion to wear it.
I'll see what I can do.
Damn. Okay, Ashley. Okay. What's up, Glyph? Yo, what's up, Lumpy?
The casino will be hosting another gala in a few months. Shall I arrange for tickets?
Yes.
Once was enough.
No! We need to go back.
Glamorous mission, but not our most successful. The next time we have a date,
Damn,
we
Legate.
should just stay.
Damn. Still rich, though.
Commander,
Still rich. Got 11 energy my first week playing football again. Jesus. Is it the same knee? Start small. Not for much longer.
Any life or death encounters with fish aquariums this time? No? Too bad. I can hear...
Damn. Damn. You're back in the gutter. My fortune is gone after like 20 minutes.
Didn't want me as your date. Too much Krogan for you to handle. A lot of people have that problem.
It's on my left ankle now. Did you already get it looked at? Or are you getting it looked at soon? Chat gambling along scratch. Yeah, we're not winning very much. Legate was on a winning streak.
Commander, instead of infiltrating the casino using a disguise, it would have been better to hold all the primitives hostage, threaten them with death, and shoot them until they gave you what you wanted. Next time, I will...
I'm back in the Project Walls. Can't even get a loan. Can I get a loan? I already gave you a loan. I got a slab on. It's back now. Yeah. Damn. Hopefully it's not as bad as the last one. Hopefully, like, it's one that heals better. Damn, look at Phyllis winning slowly but surely. I've been asking for 2 million for the longest time. You had like 1.4 million. You just lost it all. You had so many points.
Hey, Shepard.
Give me 2 million, damn it. You just basically had it.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
That one will last like a month.
Damn, Commander. You can't even attend a party without someone ending up dead. Now, if I can just find some chow around here. You think a path...
I'm itching for it. Yeah, you're a gambling addict, my boy.
I think we've got something, Commander.
Give me that money. Let's talk to Edie.
I am glad to see my physical proximity was not necessary to the success of the mission, Shepard.
Let's see.
Phyllis is still gambling slowly. She's not going big yet. You know?
Commander, Edie and I have been analyzing those drives. I think we found something if you're ready.
Let's hear it.
You know, I lost all my in-game money. How can you talk when you're down tremendously? Yeah, I lost all my money. You know,
I know she's an AI.
I'm taking my L. No one's giving me a loan.
Communication from a few days ago. Just need another minute to crack it.
A whole minute? Edie here could shave that down to 5 seconds.
I thought
Joker would know.
To allow staff analyst Brooks a chance to improve her decryption skills.
I'm expecting a loan from the rich man. Who's rich? Me? Okay, let's see.
You're the crew
After this cutscene.
You're legends to the rest of the Alliance.
Ready? Let's see. There it is. Broke. I lost in game and in chat. That's tough. Damn. Damn.
It's all just part of the job.
Give me your points. I know you got more money. It just said I lost it all.
Are getting paid for this.
Here we go. Wow.
Damn.
Those mercs who were after you, they bought a lot of weapons. Like big.
The owner's got infinite money. Give me my 2 million.
What do they need that kind of firepower for?
Max.
It appears this drone is preparing to rebel.
I have just monitored the Commander's Spectre access code in use at the
I demand 2 trillion. What if I give you 20K?
Archives are going into emergency lockdown. Where's hacking your
Give me 2 trillion for my service.
What do we know?
The most I can give you is 20K.
Keep sensitive historical information.
20K good or no?
Even my old CSEC clearance now.
I want at least 50 million. That's way more than you were asking initially.
What's with the Volas?
Oh, pizza delivery guy. I got the munchies.
Fucking James.
Double pepperoni.
These archives are huge.
Fucking James. I got the munchies.
Bring everyone.
And hate him.
Who says we can't? All hands on deck for this one.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna gamble it all anyway. Give me my money. Most I can do is 50K. It's my money, my money. They asked me to pay a bill. They literally just saw me gamble everything away. I think this is it. I'm gonna start having to pull out the K word. Jesus, Legate. It's crazy. You turn into a gambling addict. Not knitter. Look at Phyllis winning. There you go. Oh, I can't even give you points, Legate. See? He's a knitter. There you go. That's all. I can't even give you points. This is a fighting one, right? This is a fighting one? Or no? Yes? Okay, hold on. I'm not taking Ashley. I was going to, but we're good. Check your mail after this? Okay. You could also take Rex. I don't think Rex is upgraded, though. Yeah, like, I gotta take my, after you help me, like, make him God tier. After you help me make Garrus God tier, I have to. I have to take Garrus every time. That one that lets me see through the heat. Yeah, for Black Widow and Typhon for Garrus. He should still have his guns, right? That's way too heavy. Stop using that shitty full auto gun. No, I love this one. I'm using it. I have to. And then, so I'll use Indra. And we're going to get rid of this and put the shotgun back on. God, I wish I could use this shotgun, bro. Maybe I just have to, I think what I have to do here, Put the new 4Gs on the Jeep. I think I have to do this and take this off. And then use like an M77. Well, eventually you'll get weapon mods that lower the weight even more. See, I can't even really take a pistol with me. Unless I have like an ultralight thing for it. Okay, that helps. And then that'll help with damage. So, I mean, I could do that. Wait, let's look how much a SMG is. Yeah, I can't take the Hurricane. I put a thing in memes.
I put the new 4Gs on the Jeep. I trap until the bloody bottoms is underneath.
I love the Squidward. Have a good lurk, Phyllis. I love how he didn't know the words, so he stopped. This is so beautiful. It's the song of our nation. Hopefully I can find some good weapon mods. I think I'll do this for now. Because the Claymore is just... Do I have an ultralight? Ultralight. So that takes some weight off. And then... Have you seen the Animem Studio videos? I'd have to know. I don't know. I'd have to see what the video is. Shredder. Like, that may be good. Let's try that as the loadout. And then this is Liara, Hurricane M77, Black Widow, Typhoon. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I no longer care. I'll get rid of that. Oh, I only have 3 points. Oh, undo upgrade. I posted it. It's been really popular lately. Okay. There we go. I'll look in a second when I can pause.
The facility is located below the...
I keep forgetting to change my ammo.
Maybe a direct breach for maximum surprise?
I like it. Sounds like you're learning the ropes.
Hell, hang out with us long enough and you'll learn ropes, knives, bombs, thresher maws.
Shut up, Cortez. Shut up, Cortez.
The archives are somewhere below us. It could be pretty tricky to get in there.
Damn. Earn that armor, kinda.
Krogan first. See you at the party, princesses.
I love Rex. Put the new 4Gs on the Jeep. Sad. Don't be sad. Don't be sad.
Not this again.
All right. Let me see what you put in here. Oh, I have seen this. I have seen this. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen that. I have seen that. Let's make sure I didn't get... Okay. I believe we're good. Have you seen the full video? No, just that snippet. I may have seen it on TikTok. It's a clip of an animated... Really? Then no, I have not. I have not seen it.
It's an ambush.
I have not seen it. Jesus. This hand cannon is actually good. The guy pulls out. Really?
That's enough! Drop your weapons, or this won't end well for her.
You bastard.
Fuck.
All right.
It is Shepard. What the fuck?
Whatever you think you're getting away with. There's nowhere you can run. Nowhere you can hide where we can't find you. Hide? Why? I'm Commander Shepard. I never hide.
What the fuck?
Not exactly how I saw this playing out.
The fuck is going on here?
Who are you? You weren't the only Shepard that Cerberus brought back to life. But at least one of us will finally do something with it. Where did you come from?
I have to go, Shepard.
DNA is you.
A clone.
Cerberus spared no expense resurrecting you. With me, I was created for spare parts, in case you needed another arm, or a heart, or a lung. Where have you been this whole time?
Sorry, it's I should go. Oh.
Until I woke up 6 months ago. While you were in a jail cell on Earth, I was learning to be human. Amazing what a person can do with enough neural implants. If you're really me, then we're on the same team. We're not even in the same league. Did the Elusive Man send you? No. He abandoned me when he had what he wanted. You.
Then why are you trying to kill us?
Because I don't have his memories. I'd never fool my supposed friends. The ones who abandoned their duty to join the cult of Shepard. Like you, Dr. T'Soni. You're nothing more than a college cheerleader pretending to be a
Whoa,
soldier.
too far.
You're just a pale imitation of the real thing.
I'm the real
Yeah.
thing perfected. I'm you without the wear and tear, Shepard. The doubts, failures.
We gotta shoot him. We can't let him live.
Without the emotion.
Did the Elusive Man make another of you when he left? I think so. What do you mean you lost everything? What the fuck? Okay, Sora. I'll explain in a second.
This is Shepard. Initiate Normandy.
Yeah, we did a gambling stream and I lost everything. Did you lose Liara? No, I lost all my money. I don't care about 40K. No, I lost my money. Liara's right next to me. She's right there.
I'm setting the command codes.
I lost all my money.
Acknowledged. We'll get underway.
It'll be a cold day in hell before someone steals money.
Fuck your money.
It's not stealing if I'm you.
Where did you gamble? There was a casino.
The cult of Shepard ends today.
There's a casino and we lost everything. Can you gambling? Hit me up. I think I can count cards kind of still. See, we played roulette. That was the issue. We played roulette. That was the issue. Okay, I can't use my powers there. It doesn't work. I love roulette. It's my favorite. Yeah. We used an AI to do the numbers and it just didn't work. It did not work at all, unfortunately.
Where's everyone else?
Damn. Nice timing. I'm making mad profit.
Is that a catchphrase or something, Rex?
I don't like this pistol at all. This pistol's pretty trash. You gotta do the doubling method for roulette. It's your best bet. What do you mean, betting on multiple things? The issue is I put all my money on one thing.
He's pushing into the archives. Stay in your groups.
I went all in on like one thing and we lost.
Team Mako, you're on point.
40K. Oh, we got 24K again. No. Like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Oh.
Cover the flank.
Okay, I got you. I don't think we get to play anymore, unfortunately. We gotta go back to casino. We need to. I can't go out on a loss like that. Wait, I mean 1, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. So like, chips on 1 and 2, and then next time chips on 4, then 8. Is that what you mean? I'm just trying to make sure I know. The gambling is being nice to me. Yeah, it feels bad after last time. Oh, someone got like heart chocolates. How nice. 3750, we up. We coming back. We're getting our money back. I lost 1.4 million in this chat. It just feels really bad. You're on such a winning streak. Like, black only, keep doubling. First put 1 down. If you lose, put 2 so your profit is 1. If you lose again, put 4 so your profit is 1. If you lose again, double it and put 8, making 1 profit, etc. Oh, I get it. I don't think I have the leaderboard one enabled. Hold on. Or double your losses. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened to me. There you go. Try it again. Try leaderboard again. Should be enabled. Which creates more profits, but more risk. Oh, it doesn't actually show it. It just go. Damn. You have watch time? Do I? 4 days, 8 hours. Jesus. A lot less than I expected. Well, I'd only stream what? About 4 hours a day? You know? That's about enough, I think, right? It's not like I'm like XQC out here.
Big place.
Or Hassan.
At this point, anything's possible.
Like waking up and finding out
You know?
you're a clone?
I don't want to talk about
Hurst has 130K.
At least not till we've all had a drink.
Well, he hasn't gambled, though. Gonna gamble off stream and double it? I think I have to enable it off stream. Here, I'll enable gambling off stream if you're interested in gambling still. Where is it? Roulette. Where's the roulette thing? Gamble. There you go. So it's enabled online and offline. If you want to W bitch numbers. Man, Legate's had quite a gambling journey, huh?
Yes, Commander.
Well, you start small, build the ego.
Give me updates on its location.
What is the nature of the target?
He looks like me.
Then I have found the target.
No, Cliff.
It's funny because, like, an hour ago, he had 1.4. You gotta give me some money, Scratch. I need some money. I tried and it won't let me. I don't have any points. There you go. I think you have to take the @ out. You have to take the @ out when you're giving them. Hello? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's how you do it. Don't gamble it all in one place. Oh, he will. He will. He definitely will. Yep, there it is. Oh, congrats. Taking this fucking dumbass pistol out of here. Indra. Take this pistol out, and we have to lower my shotgun. At least I'm above John. Yeah. I don't think he has any. I don't think he has any points. Sadly enough for him. Much better. Call me Woodley, Jamal Woodley. I will give baby girl some of my points when I'm rich again. You know, I believe in you. You'll get there.
Look at this. It says this gun was part of the First Contact War, year 2157.
First time my people met yours, Shepard. Naturally, bullets were involved.
One of the nicknames I had in middle school was Tyrone and Jamal. Why? Can I convert Twitch points to gambling points? I don't think so.
Commander, the other you is searching for something 200 meters ahead.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Even by our standards.
Useful, though. Anything you don't want to do, Shepard, let them handle it.
So, like a personal butler?
Guys can make points to give to people. I did that initially.
So let your clone do it.
I did that initially, and it made an addict out of Legate. He's a gambling addict now. You see? Hey, you won. Good job. I think you spent more than 2 million points at this point, to be honest with you. Give me that 2 million. I think you've used more than 2 million points. Give me enough to be in first. I don't know what the leaderboard is. I think you just gotta gamble it. You know? You gotta gamble your way to the top. Oh, that's them. Good squad. Damn. Damn. You gotta give me my 2 million. Yo. Where the fuck are... Oh, shit. I'm itching for it. Yeah. I made an addict out of you. I apologize. How the fuck am I? I apologize. You know. Got a bad habit now because of me. How am I getting up? I definitely never ask for money again, please. All right. Let me see how to do this. Here's what I'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. Oh, it only lets me do 6,000 points. Interesting. It only lets me do 6,000 for some reason. Hold on, let me figure that out. Let's see. Let's see who wins. There you go. You won 6,000. Yeah, it only lets me do 6,000. Damn. 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 So far you've had, how many points have you had? Like 1.4 mil? I'm asking for a small dono. Here, I'll also give you 150K. There you go. Up. How come it didn't do it? Why did it not do it? You try again. Hold on. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoy your gambling. Enjoy it. I asked for 2 trillion? Yeah, I just can't oblige. Jesus Christ. It's 2 million. Two mu- Damn. Can I get another loan? You just said you wouldn't ask for more money. Nice roll, bud. I did not say that. I don't remember that. I can spot. Team Mako's good, right? There's no one else? Who else is shooting at them? I'm just itching for that Kumala line. What's up, Justin? How are you? Oh, man. Enjoy that 300, man. Your luck's just bad. Damn. I need 2 trillion. You're just gonna lose it.
And that's the moment when the universe ran out of ammunition.
That was crazy.
The other me can't be far. Keep up the pressure.
I won't, I promise.
Let's move.
I just gave you 150k and you lost it in 10 seconds. What is this?
Year 2157 CE. First contact war. Turian interrogation. Vault T9.
I saw that one, Saul. I was looking. I'm not a money black hole. A black hole.
With this weapon, sir. How primitive.
2 trillion. That's so many. Thank you. There you go. Look. You won. Thank you. You won. There's some good bits of lore dumps from those holovids scattered across this vault. This is when they first met humans.
First contact war. Turian interrogation. Vault T91.
Oh, stretch. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. Give me money or I'll report you for abusing the mentally disabled. There's also an Indiana Jones reference in this vault. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
Expects to win a war with this. A bullet is a bullet. You have so much to learn. And when we conquer your Earth, I look forward to
NANI?!
It's also a fitting reference from Indiana Jones giving you're in a vault with a bunch of artifacts locked up. That does make sense. Damn.
I am a banana!
I think it's a 15-second cooldown for the bot. I reported you for bullying and harassment, targeted abuse, and he said very awful things to me. I cannot recite them. I just didn't.
Can you imagine the history in this place? Must stretch back thousands of years.
You know?
I just wonder what the...
You just lost so many points so quickly. So quickly.
Year 700 CE. Krogan rebellions attack on Council. Vault K306.
Another settlement has sent word that they need our help. I'll mark it on your map. We'll find out what they need.
I'm begging you, man. I will never ask for money again. Okay. Until I do, yeah.
What we deserve, and so you force us to take it. We will never leave the planet of Lucia, no matter how much the Asari cry.
Ambassador Critic.
I was playing Clash of Clans, right? Someone called me an idiotic retard. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on here, so I'm sorry. No, you're good. And I responded, I am a retard, but I'm not an idiot and got banned for 2 days. Damn. Bruh, Saul's on a losing streak. Right now, I pinky promise. See, look at you, Legate. You're slowly on the come up. Look at you. You got some money.
Malfunction detected. Please contact maintenance.
Oh yeah, that is my kick. I don't want to go slowly. Pay money, pay now. I promise I will pay it back. Of course, with those gambling machines, I always kind of cheated. So with the gambling machines I was doing, look at that. There you go, Saul. There you go. With the gambling machines, I was winning money. It's the roulette. By saving right before I did them and just kept re-bloating every time I failed. The roulette was just crazy. Nice roll, bruh. That's not the real man way. That's why they don't let gambling happen on stream. What happened to me happens to too many. There we go. Oh, there's. Wait a second. Oh, that's not me. I think we killed him. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. There you go. Look at that.
Just follow Shepard's lead. Let the rest of us do the heavy lifting.
I told someone, on God, I'll buy a house in GTA with houses I earned from gambling in GTA Casino. I have everything in the game now at level 30 to 40. I didn't really do missions, just gambled. Damn. Damn, Legate. Damn. I'm confused. What we can do with these points? Nothing. It's just for gambling. That I know of. It's just gambling. Give me some money. You just lost all your money again. Locate the target. See if there's any weapon mods. It's over here. I'm a pro at making money disappear. Sure, but I'll charge 40% interest like a true American. There you go. There you go.
Action is unlawful. Why do you continue when our appeal has not yet been heard?
Keep quiet. You know
Damn.
the council will never overturn its own.
Good, just give me that money. I pay it back. Everyone. Brad. Damn. We got gambling? We do. We got gambling. You can always pay me back in other ways apart from money. There you go. Raffle now. It only lets me give away 6,000. If you look at the one that doesn't look like it has anything from a distance, the Indiana Jones reference should appear. Okay. Yeah, don't. Okay, 6K is the cap. Yeah. There you go. 30 seconds. Join the raffle. I missed it. I can't go back and look. You make me angry. Oh, shit. I love the rolls. I think it's that one. There's one that's all acting glitchy. If you try and look at it up close, but starts to work. If you're further away, I can't remember if it's that one or another one, but whichever one seems to be acting glitchy, Indiana Jones one. Okay. Give me 2 trillion, please. I will double it in 5 seconds. Start a raffle at 3K. Okay. Oh, so at 3K, it'll just automatically do it. That's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. Let me go to here. We're going to community. No. Your rewards channel points. Edit. Let's get a raffle. Okay, let's see. Where's my thing? We're going to do points name, start a raffle. Save, and then hold on. It's not letting me. Hold on. I messed that up. Hold on. We need a reward. Here we go. I clicked the wrong thing. So we need to add a new customer award called Start a Raffle. Enter the amount. How much did we say? Like 3K? Okay. 3,000. And then I need it to automatically cool down. Obviously, do like a 5-minute cooldown. I need it to I wish it could automatically enter the. I need that 2 trillion. I'm reporting you to the CBS for the 5 Vietnamese children in your basement. I don't have a basement. I don't have a basement. You know what I'm saying? No, like 3K for someone to ask around. Oh, okay. Got you. Okay, I got you. I'll fix everything later, but there it is. It should be in. Yeah, it's live. So that way, well, you don't pay me, I will not get paid, please. There we go. Oh, it's this one that's glitchy, right? Let me finish these enemy. Jesus, how many grenades was that? Now we're in the same boat. Oh man. I forgot how much fun the gambling one is. There's 3 stages of sadness. So it's this one, right?
Malfunction detected. Please contact maintenance.
No, Sag and Cope.
Battle of the Citadel. Malfunction detected. Please contact maintenance. Year 2183 CE. Battle of the Citadel. Get Dreadnought attack. Vault X5.
In the opening minutes of the attack, you'll see
You don't get tornadoes in Texas? Yeah, we do, but we just don't have basements. We get tornadoes a lot. Not as much as like Oklahoma, but a decent bit. But I have an attic, but I don't have a basement. Please fund my gambling. I think you'll slowly build up points again, you know? Maybe you'll win the next raffle. Attic ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, we're dead. You have 0 points, except fly off. Yeah. I don't know if basements aren't a thing here, but I've never had a basement in my life. Pay me 2 million, I will be responsible. Maybe the next raffle will, I hate that it caps me at 6K. A 6K raffle's like, was that 200,000? I just kind of guessed. Yeah, 200,000. What the fuck, Shepard? Damn.
Commander, I have cataloged 18 previously unknown.
How did I even have that?
Where's the target?
I think it's because you were lurking when I gave. It's this one across the way. I think it's when I gifted points at the beginning for them to have a decent amount to gamble with, and then Legate built a fortune of 1.4 million, and then he lost 1.4 million. You have to look at it from that distance. Okay, I'm waiting for Glyph to stop talking. might go further back. Double 2%. I didn't know you could do percentages. That's weird. I didn't know you could do that. So the pulses are like hot or cold. Give me some money, crap. Like a couple seconds is supposed to briefly show the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know if top points is gotta give me some of that money. Let me see. Never. There's a leaderboard. Yeah, just look it up. It's pretty cool. Okay. Let me see. Do I have that command? Oh, there we go. It should be exclamation mark top. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it just shows. Why is it not? I have it enabled. I guess it just takes you to the leaderboard, though. It's weird. I don't know why I did that. Locate the target. Love this. Oh, give me the credits. Need those since we lost 40K. Take that. Ammo. I can't even get a loan. I'm giving you like 3 loans. I'm giving you like 3. You and Snow. And I paid them all? No, you didn't. You lost them all. Maybe I have to stand over here. Nah, I'll have to look it up. Alright, so we're looking for the target. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde es el target? I don't know how to say target in Spanish, I forgot. Oh, Glitch is over there. Not Glitch, Glyph. Glyph is over on the other side. Let's go, Glyph. Let's do this. Interesting. Objectivo? Oh, thank you, thank you. ¿Dónde estás el objetivo? Much better. Yeah, I haven't brushed up on my Spanish in a while. I used to be like, I wouldn't say almost fluent because I have to tell people to speak slowly. I'm so glad I took Spanish in middle and high school. I did too. But I have to tell. I have my reasons why. Are they the reasons I'm thinking? Oh, yo, overload it, Garrus. You know what to do. Put that on. They're most likely the reasons you're thinking. Yeah. Overload me for $2,000. Oh, points, yeah. What can I say? I aim to impress. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. I can't even blame you. That's why I took Spanish. And so now, when I do like photo shoots at quinceañeras and stuff, I can pick up bits and pieces and respond accordingly, for the most part. But I do have to tell people to speak slowly if they're talking directly to me. I was in the Project Walls, couldn't even get a loan.
Commander, a large contingent of soldiers calling themselves Razor Squad is just ahead.
Not alone, alone. Oh, I thought you typoed, so I was reading it according to
I discovered an
My bad.
Elcor
Damn.
mating totem in Vault 347B.
What can I say? My weakness is Latinas. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. You know, it's nice to be able to speak some Spanish to them. You know, I don't blame you at all. As a Floridian, there's like 2.5 I know. Words or people? Here we go. 2 that are my neighbors, Latinas and a half Latina in your fridge. Damn. I know a lot, but I do live in Texas. You know, get. So you know, I work like quinceañeras and stuff. Oh, get him. I ate the bottom half first. Good choice. I'm getting absolutely demolished. Didn't really mean to jump off of that, but it is what it is.
You only have a 0.04% chance. He belongs to me.
I hate those shield guys. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of them. The shit, Rex.
Hammerhead and Mako, keep pushing ahead.
Right. I might throw up a little bit now, if that's okay with everyone.
Rex is kind of whiny. She lucky she bad. Rex is the best. I love Rex. His dialogue is some of the best. Acting like Shepard didn't do everything. I'm saying. Well, it was Garrus that did everything. But you know. According to them, it's me.
Commander, the other you wishes to pass on a message.
Shepard, save yourself the trouble. Once I have what I came here for, you won't matter anymore. Now go, drone. Deliver it.
Year 710 CE, Krogan Genophage. Deployment, Vault T-101.
Oh, this is them showing the Genophage starting.
Genophage against the Krogan has been authorized. Not by my government. Your government invented it. What good is a weapon if you don't use it? Sergeant Tavis, restrain him.
Damn.
Are we sure of our orders, sir? This is genocide. Sergeant Hout, restrain them both.
This is history things? Yeah.
Myself. One day, Solarian, you will thank us.
Dispersal commencing.
I'm gonna cry. At least you still have points left. 300's not bad. You know, it could be way worse.
Year 693 CE, First Spectre. Below Gearjig recruitment, Vault S1.
Not as bad as 40k like some losers. Damn.
Using 30 civilians as bait to flush out and assassinate your target.
Damn. Oh, they're fighting up there. Damn, I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice that. I need some money. I'm back in debt. I'm not a loser. I lost 1.4 million. I'm a winner. What I like is that Spectre Anderson knows. There you go, Legate. Who said I was talking about you, nerd? Oh, my bad. My fault.
A pity these scientists perished.
Wait, is this the broken one?
Discuss the Elcor mating totem with them.
Maybe that's the one. Hold on. Let's run back some. No, I was talking about you. Oh, that's what I thought. Oh, you see it? There it is. That is it. There it is. Can I see it through here? That's cool. There we go. We found it. We did it. Why can't you see it close? Of course they had to have the Ark of the Covenant reference in the vault. I love it. I love that. Am I going the right way? Yeah, okay, we're going the right way.
Location.
I am extremely hot.
Hammerhead, do you copy?
For you, Scratch. Oh, I still have to check the results of the Ox battle. As soon as I responded to your message, I then immediately like crashed. Not gonna lie to you. I was tired when I got back. Fuck these shields. Stupid ass shields. It's funny, we probably would have been done with the Citadel already, but we gambled for I don't even know how long. KK flock my what? KK flock my dick. Insane lyricism. Love it. Oh shit! What the fuck? Funny thing is, you still have to do the arena if you want the best armor. Yeah, I do. We gambled until we couldn't gamble anymore. We quite literally I literally gambled until I couldn't gamble anymore.
Clear.
I need a loan.
Team Mako, we're coming up behind. What's your status? Mako, where are you?
Wait, you just have to reach the #1 ranking in the arena? Okay. Does that take long?
Year 2183 CE. First human Spectre deliberations. Vault SH1.
After Scratch gives me the 2 trillion he owes me. Oh look, it's me!
His background that the Council has no knowledge of. Shepard was born on Earth and orphaned at an early age. He managed to survive on the streets until he was able to enlist at 18. Anything from Shepard's military record that you'd like to call out? Early in his career, Shepard...
Damn, look at him talk about us.
...attack that took down his entire unit. That's the kind of strength, the kind of grit he has. Thank you for
To get the #1 spot in the arena, that basically means you have to complete every combat challenge it has.
suitability of Commander Shepard is spectacular.
Okay. I am the gang-banging Christian. The gang-banging Carib.
What's your status?
I do copy. Damn it, Brooks. How many times are you getting hit? But hey, you have Garrus, so it shouldn't be too difficult. That is true. Is it like me just fighting mobs? Like, I don't know if you played Kingdom Hearts, but if you did, you know when you go to Mount Olympia, like Hercules' world, and you have to do Hades Cup and all that shit? Is it like that? If you've played? So much money on me, I can't count no more. Damn, look at you. Back winning. Kind of. It's also like the whole fight waves of enemies gimmick of combat.
Is there an override?
Great.
Seeing one. Cortez?
That's no issue.
Brooks? Do you read me? Is anyone on this frequency?
I may do that off stream while watching like fucking Asmongold or something.
They're not. The longer answer involves your friends trapped in Iridium vaults and forgotten for
Asmongold, very stinky man. Yeah.
forever.
I can't believe I just found out who he was this week.
About you. The Alliance will stop you. What do you think, Staff Analyst Brooks? Will the Alliance stop us?
I wouldn't know. I don't actually work for them.
She drugged? She drugged? I've known about him for a while. Who else do I not know about that I need to know about? I'm in love with this girl. I'm not. Something about her makes me want to change myself for the better. I'm capping out of my ass. Whenever I'm not with her, I feel as if I can't go on anymore. That's because I don't want to go on. I enjoy being without her. No, she's a traitor, Cerberus. Oh.
Fair warning. Nobody who's betrayed us has ever survived.
And yet, oddly, they keep trying.
You two may think you're clever. And yeah, you were. Just a bit. But clever doesn't beat a bullet.
So much money on me, I can count it.
And yeah, maybe I am trapped in here. But don't get comfortable. Because that bullseye in your back...
Please stop gambling all.
That sounds
Damn.
very dramatic. And if someone like, say, Commander Shepard made the threat, I'd be worried. But you're not Shepard. Not anymore.
You had Miranda. I have her. Mine has more bite.
It was fun.
Wait, are we about to see Miranda? I feel like now that they mentioned the name, she's gonna pop up.
Setting things right. Remember this?
You were the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment.
She is not. She does show up in the DLC. Okay. Not again. Stop gambling all.
Forgot about your entire species.
You get to go spend time with Miranda?
Then you have human. I don't care what species they are. Every life counts. But maybe a clone wouldn't understand.
Can I go to a loan real quick? No, I will never give you money. You were mean.
Not DNA. Which is a problem.
You can actually get to spend individual R&R time with each of your squad mates.
Subject Shepard.
Oh, cool. So it doesn't like limit you. I can do it. I can go with everybody except James. I promise this time I'll give it back.
Good day, Commander Shepard.
I mean, like all your squad mates from the entire franchise,
Excuse me.
except the dead ones, right? Unfortunately.
I should go.
Yeah, except the dead ones.
Farewell, Commander. I guess this is where legends go to die.
Damn, she's bad too. Damn. I got so much stolen money on me, I can still count it.
So that went rather well.
He said, I should go. Do I sound like that?
Yeah, kinda.
Also, fake Shepard, you may have Brooks, but we have Miranda, and she's got more oomph. That's what I'm saying.
How come nobody told me this before? I'm open to feedback here.
She's old Miranda with a different
Been
accent.
told that I say calibrating more than a Turian should.
I doubt there's enough air in here either. An hour at most.
Maybe it's, I should go. I should go.
Miranda better 100%.
Shepard, why aren't you more worried about this?
Hmm? Oh, Glyph, you still out there?
Yes, Commander.
I should go.
Unlock this damn thing and go find the others. No one steals my shit.
I should go. I should go. You should go. I love how that scene is just basically acknowledging the meme of the whole I should go thing. I feel like I should add that to the channel points thing since we have a Fallout one. We gotta add a Mass Effect one.
Shepard is stealing my ship.
Rip. Who's going with me? Do I choose? Do I choose add Edie? Okay. She's a funny bit during this part of the mission. Does Liara have more voice lines or no? 'Cause I'll take Garrus. Why'd you spell it Garrus? Oh, she doesn't? Okay. What? Take Rex? Okay, I need to build up Rex. Why are you calling him Garrus?
What?
Oh, I was hoping to go.
I know what you mean. I never seem to get picked.
Joker will come back for you. I promise.
Damn, Ashley spitting. She never got picked by me. That's tough. That's tough. Okay. Last line of the scene, whoever you choose the least as a squad mate during the entire franchise is the one who always speaks. Damn. Poor Ashley. So he's gonna take, who the fuck is it? Claymore. Give him the claymore. Yep. Do you need a blade attachment or no? You think he needs one? Thermal clip. Need something for... No? Okay. I think that's good. And then... So he'll take the claymore. No blade attachment? Okay. David Guetta's Hey Mama took away from Kanye's. I haven't heard that song in so long. M77. Accuracy. Okay, damage and clip size. There we go. Still takes away from it if you look up Hey Mama. All right, confirm. Out of points. It's equal, I guess. There we go. And then, oh, okay, what do we want here? I think I can auto do everything for this one. Yeah, like everything's filled. I'll give you the best build? Okay. I shall wait. $1.5 billion versus 7.3 million? Wait, whose has 1.5? David Guetta's? Damn. Damn. Let me see. Yes, the first one with Nikki. Oh, I Googled it and look. It's not even the second one. Get the Black Eyed Peas. Damn. That's tough. I give people black eyes. I'll be RB. Okay. Okay, Krogan Battlemaster. Got you. We want weapon damage. Weapon damage. Gamble all. Damn. Damn. Shield. And then increase squad mate health and shield by 20. Is it fortification or fortification? That's what I was thinking. Okay. Then I just realized you can't even see it. Hold on. I'll move for it right now. Carnage. Damage. I'm guessing. Damage. Yep. Recharge speed. Trying to see if I can get this right. Yep. And then damage to armored units. Let's see. I knew it. Okay. Guessing stimulant pack next. It's probably not grenade. Yeah, stimulant pack. So damage. Are you gonna finish modern or old Tyler first? Probably modern. Probably modern. Is it gonna be damage? You think you'll do old? Probably. I'll probably go through the whole discography. I think this one's damage, right? Damage, duration. Yeah, I figured damage. I'm gonna guess. Is it duration? What does this do? Specially designed op survival pack that temporarily increases survivability and all damage output. Okay. I like cash in, cash out. I don't know if I like that song. I'm not gonna lie. Song's weird. Duration. And then weapon damage, right? Yes. And then does it matter for these two? For grenade or barrier? Pick whichever one. You don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter after. I'll just auto level that one. There we go. Cool. Thank you. Rex finna do some damage.
This is why I hate shore leave. I swear you parked the ship for 5 minutes.
Can you contact Citadel Flight Control and get them to deny the departure request?
Tried. All the comm lines in the area are jammed. Probably to make it easier for them to steal my ship.
We'll stop them.
Shepard, your clone has entered the ship and is attempting to...
She's supposed to do that?
I'm okay.
Really?
She kind of has Sharingan eyes, doesn't she?
Clone has disabled
Sharingan.
of the Normandy, as well as all sensory input. I cannot lock him out or counteract his commands.
Don't worry, Edie. We'll get you back.
Thank you.
Well, whatever you do, hurry. If the Normandy gets to FTL, we may never see her again.
That's not gonna happen.
Her eyes all glazed out. Like, yeah, she's...
Car. Any closer and they open fire.
I'm glad we brought Edie. Good choice.
Get back and pick up the others. ASAP.
She does look just out of it now, doesn't she?
Call the cab or something.
All right. It's time to take down this fake.
Good. I needed to kill something.
Well, I guess we also know what she looks like when she's in the mood. I wish I knew what that looked like instead of fucking Joker. You know? It's not fair. Doing a lot of work. All right, drop down. I need a humanoid robot. Damn, Rex is just beating the shit out of them, huh? Yeah, nice try with that fucking... Why is he... What can I say? I know how to make characters killing machines. Yeah, you do. I mean, Jokes needs some love too, but he shouldn't have taken Edie from us. Yeah, he should have gotten, like, who we didn't want. You know, like Ashley or some shit. They should give him the character that we choose the least. You know what I mean? Instead of giving us who we... Like, he took who we actually want. And it's not right. Damn, he got decapitated. Handle him. Also, what are him and her gonna do? All he's gonna do is get a cracked pelvis. Exactly. Right? Like, we're much more physically able and more physically impressive.
We are preparing to depart.
Not on my watch, brother. We're taking them down. They're not leaving in my ship.
When we want to take off, there's a half hour of pre-flight checks. They just gun the engine and go?
Most of those checks are actually unnecessary.
Thanks for letting me know.
Most of the checks are unnecessary. I'm not playing with these people anymore. Get the fuck off. The fuck just... Jesus. We're risking it all. Okay. Fuck do you think you're shooting at?
I didn't come this far just to watch the Normandy leave.
Okay. So far, so good. Ammo. Give me that. Good shit.
Wait, what? You were just on the Normandy. You fired me. Dishonorable discharge for conduct unbecoming. You kicked me off the ship with barely enough time to grab my toothbrush.
That's Cision Pro Mark IV. It uses Mass Effect features.
Okay, bye, trainer.
Massage the gun.
Bye.
Yes, I told you that.
And I remember, because I'm the real
Bye.
Shepard.
And someone just threw me off the ship. If it wasn't you...
Stinky trainer.
Shepard's got a clone. Makes sense when you think about
Damn. Rest in peace, Kelly, man. She was so much better.
For now.
Rest in peace, Kelly.
It's sealed.
Engines are online. They are preparing to take off.
Is there anyone still aboard who can help us?
No.
Just say that in front of trainer.
Normandy retrofits back on Earth. Everyone else is on shore leave.
Trainer doesn't even know who Kelly is. Yeah. Damn.
Can you get me inside?
Yeah.
Emergency exit hatch for evacuations.
Should have been you, trainer.
Here.
Manual lock. And it's only meant to be opened from the other side. Any ideas?
Triggering it would require extremely precise Mass Effect field manipulation.
They say Mass Effect. I wish we could just have her locked in the vault. Her, Ash, and Vega. I agree.
I'd have been very skeptical.
I agree. Maybe not Ashley. I knew he was going to say that. I did too. Vega and her can stay in there.
Sir, just before takeoff, Normandy registered a perimeter access alert. One of the security hatches.
In. Where?
Unknown. When we shut down the AI, we disabled a lot of security systems. Shepard could be anywhere on the ship.
Shepard is standing right in front of you. Are we clear?
It's better this
I will replace Ashley in there with King Kong 97. What?
Armory. Find him. Slow him down.
The armory's not stopping me. Let's be real. Alright, let's just go in there and fuck some shit up, huh?
Sure we broke Trainer's toothbrush getting the hatch open. Remind me to reimburse her for that.
Shepard.
Later. Remind me later.
Little cramped in here.
We can place Vega in there with Licante. Then we can have some personally alone time with Ash. Ash did have quite the glow up, huh? Yeah, we're here, bitches. Damn, he already used Carnage, huh? Get him, Rex. Nice roll, bud. If you replace me with Vega, we will both be in there, and Ash and Vega will be out there. We can have some time alone. Rex's dialogue is too good. Oh shit. Damn, my fault. I didn't see you there. I got your back, Rex. You see I got hands.
Strange moving through the Normandy without sensory access or control. I feel blind.
That must be strange. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Oh, we saved somebody's cup. Welcome back, Phyllis. How are you? How's it going? Whose mug did we just save? 15K. We're back. Anything else in here before we, Good, how are you? Pretty good. You know, I got my money back. I'm in a good mood now. Damn, look at Phyllis, just winning. Winning. That's it. Damn. Damn, Legate.
Cabin. He's moving stuff out of my cabin.
So, where are you? Hey, yeah, this is all my shit. Legate getting big.
Messing with my cabin.
He threw all my stuff out. Normally there'd be a funny interact there in the recycle bin. Is there anything else?
Messing with my cabin.
You don't have the space hamster. Oh, yeah, I didn't really buy any of that stuff. Or save it, I guess. Let's go. Yeah, I didn't buy it.
Disrespect to my home.
Mass Effect 2 didn't really give me a reason to use credits.
I can imagine.
That's the one thing that Mass Effect 3 did. It was the first one where I actually had to use money.
Anyone else in my way.
Because if you had kept or gotten the space hamster, he would have been thrown out as well, and Shepard would have been upset, and his response is hilarious. Lost everything? Yeah, we went gambling in the casino in this game, and I lost quite literally everything. We gambled till I literally couldn't gamble anymore. It was sad. They throw out my hamster, guys. Now it's personal. Well, there he is. I lost one of my headphones mowing the lawn. Yo,
well,
rip.
That's cool.
Rest in peace. Today, damn.
You want
Damn.
to stop shooting up my ship?
Ray basically goes John Wick mode when he sees Shepard duck when he sees his hamster in the trash. Yeah, like we need a moment of silence for the headphone. Hold on.
And then you left me to die. Only I didn't. You think fake fingerprints are gonna fool the council? Or hack it?
And this boss fight coming up is a real pain in the ass.
How's that big plan?
You know what I'm glad they didn't do? That was Renegade, right? Because all of a sudden it went to my mouse. Because two bosses at once? Oh, great. Hold on. We need this for the headphone. Where is it? Which one is it? Man, we have a lot of options here. There we go. F's. F's for the headphone. I'm sorry for your loss. I am so sorry for your loss. I'm praying on Scrat's downfall after he refused to give me more money. I gave you like 300K. What do you mean? All right, so we got two bosses at once here. We are going to equip my fire ammo. I keep forgetting to do that. Take the clone down. Take him down first. He can't just pretend to be me and get away with it. Punch the fuck out of him. Oh shit. He's got hands. Damn, he's got hands. He's got hands. I underestimated him. Two at the same time? Yeah. You're the last person. I wasn't expecting. I forgot he's a clone. He has the same abilities as me. Where's that other one at? Oh, he's over there. He just recharging. He's got hands. Damn, he be doing the same shit.
Jawbreaker!
Yeah, he. Jesus! Where'd he go? Where is he? Are you using the big boy shotgun? No, it's not enough. It's too much weight. Wait, don't forget Brooke. She's acting as support for him. That's what I was about to ask. Do I have to kill her first? Damn it! Stop! Bro. Oh my god. Okay, so I was gonna be like, do I have to kill her first? Because I was gonna love to take her out second. But
anyway, I started blasting. Bang, bang. All right.
She's got hands. She just turns invisible. Where'd she go? Oh, there's guards too. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, hold on. Alright, she's dead. Alright, now it's up. It's up for fake Shepard.
Loco here. You cut through the jamming?
I wasn't going to let you down.
Damn it. These other things are getting in my way. I hate when videos say they're sped up and it's just pitched up. Holy fuck. I'm stuck. He's lit. Run. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Let me recover.
Are you kidding me? You're nothing but one more mercenary thug.
Didn't mean to charge the drone. That was my bad. I didn't mean to charge the drone. I charged the wrong shit. Wait, did she back up? I thought she died. I thought Brooks died, bro. I thought I killed her.
Keep dreaming.
Okay. I thought I killed her. That's my yeah, that's the problem with Brooks. You always have to keep an eye out for her. Yeah, I thought she was just I thought once I had I thought she was done. That was my where is she at? Where the fuck is oh fuck him. Where the fuck is Brooks? Squad revive, remember the ability you have? Yeah, I forgot. Because you'll lower health, then she'll disappear and you'll focus on the clone, but you want to keep an eye out for Brooks because she'll eventually reappear and then you want to refocus fire on her. Yeah, I forgot. Oh, there she is. Fuck out of here.
Go here. You cut through the jamming?
Holy shit.
I wasn't going to let you down.
Holy shit. I just saw her. I got Brooks. Alright. Brooks is dead. For now. I'm watching her. I'm watching her. Oh shit. Rinse and repeat. Yeah. I can see why you said. No, hell no. No. Sit your ass down, Brooks. Jesus.
I'm occupied in the shuttle bay.
Where'd she go? Where's her body at? Okay, she's back up. Where's she at? Jesus Christ. Stop, bro. I'm not after you right now. Holy shit. How come his recharge time is so low? I thought he's supposed to be me. That her over there? Yep. You can't run from me, Brooks. Alright, where? Fuck, where'd she go? She can run. Fuck.
Are you kidding me? You're nothing but one more mercenary thug.
Alright, where is he? Where'd he go? Where is he? Ain't gonna lie, I always wish we could get his armor. I always thought it looked cool. It does. His N7 armor's way better than ours. Where the fuck is he? She's right there. Oh, there he is. That's not him. That's somebody else. Damn it. His armor is pretty sick, though. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I wasted this downtime. Where the fuck is he? He just hiding? Because I'm camping this body? Oh, there he is. Nope, that's another. Yo. What the fuck? Where is... Hold shift? I'm not on keyboard. Look for him, I am. He's just hiding. Wait. Okay, thanks for the Medi-Gel. Welcome in, Guga. How are you? Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck did he go? Did he just leave his girl to die? She's just look at her. Damn. I don't have a mini map. I can't look at the... Is he back here, you think? Hi, gorgeous friendos. Hello, Beck. How are you? This is for everyone. Kisses back. Right back. Where did he go? I sure hope this game didn't just glitch out. That's what I'm worried about. I think I got glitched. Damn it. I have to read. Because she should be reviving, right? Like, she shouldn't be down this long. Honestly, they should just give it to me at this point. There's two. Rex, she should be up by now. That's what I'm thinking. There's two hostiles back here, but I think it glitched. Because look at Rex. Rex is like ready to fuck somebody up. But I can't. Holy shit. Yeah, I think I have to reload. I think we're glitched, unfortunately. Of course we get glitched, bro. Can I see through there? Maybe I can... Yo, throw a grenade. I don't have any grenades either, damn. Incinerate? No. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Alright, where is she? There we go. Oh, that's the wrong person. I didn't mean you. I didn't mean you. Stop, 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 stop.
Loco here. You cut through the jamming?
Going to let you down.
Where's this girl at? There she is. She's over there. I saw her. Yeah. What up, Brooks? Where'd she go? Where the fuck is Brooks? Jesus. Oh, there she is. Nope. That's him. Where is...
Negative. I'm occupied in the shuttle bay.
Where's Brooks? Run. Run, Shepard. We gotta find Brooks. This Warframe? Yeah. Yeah, it is. What the fuck? Oh, she's using her clone. I forgot about that ability. Holy shit! Stop! Where's Brooks? Bro, nobody's worried about you right now. Oh my god. Yeah, whatever, bro.
You're nothing but one more mercenary thug.
Where the fuck is she? Okay, this is getting annoying. There she is. Please, 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 please. Okay, we got her. She's up. She's up. She's up. Oh my god, he just comboed the fuck out of me. It's because his reload time's insane. Okay, where is she? She's right there. She's over there. I see her. Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
Loco here. You cut through the jet?
Holy fuck. She's right over there. Peek. Alright, we can get her. We can take her down. Okay, we can't. The fuck out of here. Alright, she's down. Where's he? Mass Effect, yeah. 3. This combo's insane, though. Oh my god, we're dead. His recharge time is insane. His abilities recharge so much better. Yeah, he's him. He is. I just need to take her out. She's the issue. I did tell you this fight's a pain in the ass. Yeah, you definitely did. It's because of his combo is crazy. She dead? No, she's still up. Who the fuck is he? Oh, of course he's throwing nades like a bitch. What the fuck? He's just everywhere. He's legitimately him. He deserves to be Shepard at this point. I'm not gonna lie. He deserves it. There she is. Like, he deserves to be Shepard at this point. Holy shit. Of course he's fucking throwing nades like a... Shepard, please. Oh my god. This man deserves it. I can't even run. Just remember to always be on the move and be using those. Yeah, fuck. Where the fuck is she? I hate that I hate that she can just get back up. Here's the nade. Perfectly arced nade as always. Where is... Damn, we should have brought Garrus. Up! Holy shit! Stop! I'm dead. Yeah, we're dead here. Jesus Christ. Okay. How are we doing this? You can always reload the mission and do it with Garrus instead. No, I'm committed. We're doing this. We have the squad we have. We're fucking doing it. Throw a grenade over there. She's right here. Beat her ass. Beat her. Duck. Shepard. Jesus Christ. I'm 1 HP. Oh. He just rezzed her. Fuck. We barely got to do anything. I got your back. I got your back, Rex. I got you. Jesus Christ. She's dead. I got her. Up! Holy shit. Jesus. Oh my god. We're just taking L after L after L this stream. Oh my god. Why is this the hardest boss fight in the whole game? No other boss... I don't think I've lost a boss fight other than this one. Why is this the hardest one? We have any kind of high ground or some shit? Up, perfectly thrown grenade. Love it. Shit! Why does he get to spam it twice? Why does he get to spam it 4 times? 5 times? What is this? I can only do it twice. Holy shit. Run, Shepard. We're dead. Yeah, we're fucking dead. How does he spam it that many times? What? What the fuck?
Keep dreaming, hijack.
Okay, run. Run. We're going way the fuck over here. Way over here. I'd much rather deal with these. Okay. Get down. Oh! He's here! Oh, yeah, we're fucked. We're dead. I'm fucking dead. I can't run from this man. I don't know what to do. I can't run. He's him.
Keep dreaming, hijack.
Of course, he throws a fucking... Yeah, use that shit. What the fuck?
Loco here. You guys with the jamming?
Yeah, cause you come fucking help. How many grenades did they just throw? Okay. Okay, we could do this. Edie. Okay, you're on that. Fuck that pistol. Hold on. We got a lot of stuff we need to do. Hold on, bro. I'll be with you in a second. There she is right there. Fuck her up. I didn't do shit. He's over there. Perfectly thrown nades, of course. Okay, he's over here. He's fucking me up again. They're fucking everywhere. Alright, run. Nice use of legs. Okay. Nice decoy. She's over here. There she goes. Where's he? Oh, there he is. Forgot I have first aid. Heal up, my boy. Alright, where's she? Where's Brooks? Brooks is right there. I charged at the wrong person. Fuck. Oh, God. I charged at the wrong person. That's my bad. Yeah, we're fucked. He's literally right there. Hold on. Okay, that's a decoy. Okay. There's the clone. Where's Brooks? Holy.
Are you kidding me?
She's right there.
Got one more mercenary thug.
I see her. Oh, nicely thrown.
I am the Normandy, and I will see you dead.
He's over there. He's on fire. Where the fuck is Brooks? Fuck. Yeah, she's just gonna keep fucking healing him. What the fuck? What just happened? This is new. Whoa. What just happened? What did I do differently? Just live? He has limited metagel. Oh, he's out. Okay.
What the hell's going on up there? Get us out of the nebula and jump to FTL.
We can't. A sky car keeps blocking our path.
Then shoot it!
If I remember correctly, it's like 5, and once it goes down to 2, this happens. Okay, so he can only revive her 2 more times? Oh, it's up then.
That makes us a perfect
Are we checkpointed now, or do I have to keep doing this shit again?
No.
Come on, Cortez, do your thing. I kept you alive for a reason.
Damn it. Launch the shuttle and blow that thing out of the sky.
Uh-oh.
Be careful. The door is...
Was that a checkpoint? Yes, it is a checkpoint. We're good. Where's Brooks? Where's Brooks? So he has 2 more. Okay, there's a clone. Go to the other side. So Brooks has to be like... They never really fight together. Oh, shit. Okay. Leave me alone, bro. I'm not after you right now. Okay, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? I wasn't after him. Okay, we're making progress, though. Where is she? Oh, she's in the back. I just saw her. Watch out, Rex. I just saw her. She's in the back. She's a coward. Watch out. I posted 2 memes maybe after this fight. Yeah. If we win. You know, it's taking for fucking ever. There she is. Take her down.
Except for the part where you're losing.
Hello? Why wouldn't it let me use my... Oh my god, this thing just fucked me over. I had her. Where's Brooks? Most annoying thing about this clone is the ability to change depending on what class you are. Yeah, he is like, and the reload, the recharge speed.
You have minions, and you're running out.
Why won't it let me use my... Why? Hello? Why is it not letting me... Why is it mapped to this, bro? That's why... Oh my god. It wasn't mapped to Nova. It changed it. To be honest, Brooks looks more like Ash than Miranda. It changed my button mapping. I need to be RB. No wonder. Fucking. He interrupted me. He interrupted my shit. Oh, we're shit talking? I need a second. Let me look at these memes. When I take my schizophrenia... This is like some crazy anime fight. What is this? What is this? When the government drone disguised as Dr. Pep was just about to say, look out there. Look at stuff. Okay, we're back. That was wild, wasn't it? That was the with them using Nova back and forth. Oh, you want hands? I got hands. You seen it? Show them. Are they about to do that? Are they about to do that thing where it's like, I'm the real Shepard? Yeah, fuck him up. Are they about to do the, don't shoot him, shoot me? If they do that shit, I'm mad. I'm walking away if they do that. I will quite literally walk away.
What makes you so damn special? Why you and not me?
Hang on.
We have you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Damn, she abandoned him.
Thanks.
That's crazy.
What about this pie jam?
Kick his ass off, bruh. Never mind, they don't. I kind of want to... He could be useful in the future. That's what I'm weighing in my mind. Like, I could just, you know, fuck it.
Here, take my hand.
If we could retrain him.
And then you live.
We need him for parts.
For what?
Oh. If one Shepard is enough to save the galaxy, imagine two. Well, I mean, he killed himself, so. We won!
Fortunately, they weren't.
We fucking did it! It was the anime fight that did it.
Some help from James cleaning up the damage to the shuttle bay.
Check your mail in the apartment after this? Okay.
Loaded the heat diffusion system, firing it.
We fucking did it.
Not sure if you noticed.
God, that was crazy.
Crazy stunt flying to keep us in one piece.
That's nice to fly something a little more maneuverable than the Kodiak.
How about you, Edie?
I am once again in control of the Normandy. Thank you for asking.
Oh, man.
Glad to hear it. What about the Mercs? Any survivors?
Just one crappy ass pilot and her.
Why was that the most... Imagine if they made Clone Shepard Fem Shep. If playing Bro Shep or vice versa. It would be like, who the fuck are you? That would be great.
Happy to cooperate with the authorities.
Maya, I know that voice.
Do you really?
You're getting a chance to redeem yourself. Don't waste it.
So serious. Admit it.
I would start some Shepard on Shepard action if that was the case. Probably.
Up to the legend. We had some laughs.
She's about to blow herself up.
Maybe we'll have more someday.
No, we won't. Because you're gonna stay in your cell and do your time.
Afraid I'll escape, come back for revenge? Is the great Commander Shepard pleading for his life?
I'm pleading for yours.
Weird vibes I'm getting here.
So thoughtful.
You just basically made it so she can't escape by pressing that interrupt. Ooh, good thing I was paying attention.
You know, he wouldn't have let me live.
You can't clone everything.
Mass Effect 2 you were lacking? Yeah, I was.
Shot her.
I know I was lacking with the pop-ups in Mass Effect 2. Jesus. That boss fight was the hardest fight in the whole game.
The rest of the squad's waiting outside. We'll have the Normandy back in shape.
Yeah, in the whole trilogy. That was the hardest fight in the whole fucking trilogy. My opinion, if you can beat Clone Shepard, you can beat the ending of this game and the entire arena. Yeah, that was... We didn't come for Elden Ring, BioWare. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm about to put a fucking death counter up.
No explosions or anything. Just us.
Don't know about no explosions, but just us sounds perfect.
Fucking love Rex. Party time. Yeah, thank God. Finally. Holy shit. That fight alone took, like, what, 30, 40 minutes? Time to gamble and talk with Miranda.
So, after a hard day spent fighting an evil clone, you know what comes next.
Check your mail. Okay.
A nap?
I gotta see how that fight looked. Talk with the entire squad so you can have a massive party. Okay.
Before I head back to Tuchanka. Always fires to put out when you're in charge, right? Let me know.
How did Rex end up in charge?
Having that party.
See ya.
Party, huh?
Well, no pressure. No one's gonna make you throw a party.
You'll have emails in your bar arena? Okay.
All right. Good idea. Let's set it up.
I've channeled discretionary funds into your account for the purchase of any celebratory supplies, Commander.
Hold off the party until you talk to the people around the Citadel. The new part of the Citadel is added. Okay.
Me and Cortez and Trainer are in. What?
I have also informed Dr. Tassoni about any potential upcoming celebrations.
Wait. I'm in charge of the guest list.
Yeah, so there's no uninvite button on this thing?
All right. But when it's time...
He shook his head when he said Cortez. Yeah, you know. We do not fucking want Cortez.
James. So...
Fine.
I'm gonna go out and see how much trouble I can get into without snapping a femur.
Members of your crew have expressed interest in spending time with you, Commander. You can check your private terminal for messages. If you require activities, Silver Sun Strip has an arcade in addition to the casino.
Oh, God.
You have also been granted a complimentary pass to the combat simulator.
Combat simulator is how I get the armor?
Guess I should take advantage of some shore leave myself.
Yes? Okay. Jesus, that was crazy. Love to see it. Can't be any worse than the pokey little captain's cabin on the Normandy. Invite me over there sometime I'm in the area. Where's the pass for the red light district? That's what we need. Okay, so do we just go... Do we just read one by one and then go visit them, you think? Is that easier? Or should I just read them all now? Alright, so let's go find Miranda. Yes, one by one. Okay. Read all now? Okay. Actually read all now. Okay, got you. Thought it might be nice to spend some time away from the Normandy. I don't have anything in particular in mind. Perhaps we can meet at your apartment and decide from there. Read a book! Hey, next to... Fuck James. I'm not spending time with James, bro. Fuck out of here. You'd like to meet up for lunch? I'll be in the Citadel Arcade. Hopefully see you there. When you have a free moment, I thought we'd check out the bar scene around here. Let's meet at the Silver Casino upper floor. Hopefully no dead arms dealers this time. I've received an interesting proposal that I wish to discuss with you. Meet me outside the casino at the far end of what these primitives call the Silver Sun Strip, although it wasn't made of silver nor near Sun Stupid primitives. That's it. Jacob has an actual fun mission here. Click on the comm to the right of the computer. This? The catalog? James. Garrett's gonna clap Chef's cheeks. What am I looking for? Yeah, sorry, it was on the computer. This? Oh, this is how I get them over. Okay, let me save now just in case I do something dumb. No, we're getting James out the way first. We're just going to go top. We're going to go James, Miranda, Liara. Sound good? James, Miranda, Liara. That's the order. Let's get James out the way. And then once you visit them on the strip, more invite options will appear and rinse and repeat. Okay. Got it.
Loco. Nice place. Might not look so nice after throwing that party you were talking about.
You wouldn't trash my new apartment, would you, James?
They would.
Me?
Skip dialogue as much as possible?
Never.
Big skip? I mean, while we're here, I might as well listen to it. I thought you said his part... Skip it for James anyway? I thought you said his part was fun.
How do you make it work?
I thought you hated him? You said his was actually fun.
I hear that.
That's why I was letting it go.
Oh, shit. Right.
What the fuck is...
What do you think?
He said for... Oh, for Jacob.
Looks good.
Exactly.
Glad to hear. Thanks.
This is gonna be a Catch you later, Shep.
Yes. See you. The fuck? Oh, wrong spot. I have to get used to navigating this house. I thought something else was going on for a second. Yeah, so did I. I was about to... You're about to hear it. Hey, yo. There's a hilarious little, like, challenge, but it's not worth it. With Vega, where you can challenge him in a pull-up contest and show him up. I assume he said, give me some back shots, Shep. I think so. You know? We gotta go downstairs. You need to, Shepard? Why the fuck is he still in my house? That requires you pressing the same button for like the next 12. Holy fuck. Beat him in pull-ups? Where the fuck is the I have to get used to navigating this. It's worth it? Do you get something or no? He's just like... Alright. Get out, James. No, just a bullion. Let me save this. Just in case. Oh, wrong one. He's like, damn, okay, you're better than me. Yeah, we knew that. Miranda! What's up? I'm not skipping this.
Miranda, good to see you. How do you like the place?
Not a part of town I'd normally associate you with, Shepard.
Did you shoot the bottles with Garrus? I did. I let him win.
Fix me something while you're back there, would you?
Sure, I've got just the thing. So what brings you back?
I was hearing some confusing reports. Sounded like you had lost your mind.
No doubt. My communications were hacked, among other things. I'm sure the news had a field day.
It did. So, a clone?
Time to get it on with the hottest girl in Cerberus. You know what it is.
Saw it myself. Did you know anything about this?
Just rumors. Nothing really caught my attention. But about this Brooks.
Heard anything?
Not as Brooks, but as Hope Lilium. Another lie, certainly. When the Collectors showed up, she put together the dossiers on your crew for the Elusive Man. Never paid her much mind. Interesting. My focus at the time was bringing you back. We needed the real Shepard, not some cheap
Dossier woman?
I mean, really. A clone?
Yes. Hard to imagine.
I'm not sure the galaxy could survive two Shepards. Think of the property damage.
True.
Oh, they shut down my favorite sushi place.
If only we could have two Mirandas. I'm saying.
Shepard, you didn't.
I did. Fell right through the fish tank.
How did you manage that?
They shot me through it.
It exploded. Hey, it was the clone's plan, not mine.
Blowing up a fish tank shouldn't be part of anyone's plan. Although executing...
Although technically her sister Oriana is hers, so I'm picking up what you're putting down there.
And taking over my whole life. We stopped it.
Good thing, but why did it want your life? Why would anyone? All that running, jumping, gunfire. It's crazy.
I try not to think about it.
Probably.
Nose.
Trust me, I know all this isn't normal.
Speaking of trust, with all this clone business, how do I know you're the real Shepard?
Oh, I can show you.
I don't know. You just do.
Do I? That's the trouble with clones. You can never be sure.
Come on. You rebuilt me from almost nothing. Don't you recognize your own handiwork?
It's not as if I carved my initials in the corner.
Well, clone or not, I'm the only Shepard left.
Good point. I guess I'm stuck with you.
I do have a crazy life, don't I?
That you do, my friend.
Friend?
You do.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Friend? The fuck is that? The hell's going on? Oh. I have to move again. Okay. You normally get a scene here, but I think because you locked with Liara. Fuck. Damn it. What is the normal scene? Is it like a good scene? Damn it. This is why the game should have harems. You normally would get a makeout session with Miranda right there, but since you locked in your runs with Liara, it's locked out. Fuck. Damn it. That's why you need harems.
Greetings, Commander.
Shepard.
Miranda says something like, "Prove to me you're the real Shepard."
Actually, this is the only song
Damn
I
it.
know.
Liara better make up for that.
More important to do.
To
uncover.
Like, Liara better make up for this.
Commander to save.
You couldn't sit still long enough.
Could you?
Is there something special about this song?
On one of my first digs, a storm swept in.
No. What up, Alu? How are you?
I wanted to get back to work. One of the other archaeologists, Dr. Elena, had this keyboard. She took it everywhere.
All right, till I get my money right. Okay.
She taught me to play this song while we waited.
Wait.
It's a good song.
That Kanye joint? Hold on. You know what it is. Yara's voice turns me off. I don't know why. Yo, Alu, you see the Lakers last night? See him? What's good though, Brody? Pretty good. Yes, sir. Almost missed that one.
What are you doing?
Making sure you don't run off to something.
AD can't be messed with.
I can't imagine what that would be.
God, I'm so glad we won. We just got to keep that up.
We should do this more often.
You need to rest today?
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
We just got to keep this up.
Every day after.
Shepard.
We just have to keep this up. LeBron needs to play. We play Houston. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Yeah, we should not lose. I never got friend zoned by Miranda. I fucking did. I shouldn't have locked it in, bro.
This place is nice.
Shall I transfer over your reports so that you might work here?
Yes, thank you, Glyph.
She just move in without asking me? All my homies hate Miranda. Did Liara just move in without asking me first? That's kind of crazy.
Glyph, can you copy that song to my personal files on the Normandy?
Certainly, Dr. Tassoni.
Like, she moving kind of fast.
Shepard.
Yes.
Shepard.
Oh, that's it. That's actually kind of crazy. She trying to see some. Yeah, like I mean, I know this place nice, right? But you gotta at least ask. She just moved her shit in here. Okay, so we have to go outside now? Okay. Yeah, go to the strip. All right. This DLC is pretty good. Most baby mamas do. That's true. That's true. Who told you you can stay, bitch? I thought, I didn't think she was going to move. I didn't think we was there. Oh, nothing good there.
We're happy to fulfill all your household needs.
All right. What's this? Oh, that's how we... Do I need to check the terminal too? It should have been Miranda. I mean, I'm good with Liara, right? Like, I'm not complaining. Wait. Check for people to talk to on the map. Yeah. Javik's on 3. I low-key was about to gamble. They're lucky they didn't let me do that. I was 100% going to gamble. Javik first. That mission's great. Okay. I was just going to go by numeric order. Did you keep Jacob alive? Everybody lived. Yeah, I think Jacob's cool. I think he's alive. Okay, good.
I am told it is a great honor and will boost morale for the war.
Who says it will?
Commander Shepard, I didn't realize you were coming too. Perfect timing, perfect timing. You can play yourself. Attention, the Prothean is on set. Someone tell the stunt.
I love that they call each other their races instead of their names.
All right, places everyone. Quickly, quickly. Cue the backdrop. Roll cameras.
Commander Shepard, thank you for coming. The urgent hour of doom, which we all urgently face, draws near. Urgently so.
If I didn't know an alien's name, I would say Solarian or whatever.
And you recently found
I mean, I guess.
in a refrigerator and defrosted him.
I feel like if you invited someone there, somewhere, though, that you'd call them by their name, you know?
Yeah. He was in the freezer, right behind the Varen roast.
You die now! Not yet. That line comes later.
The Vorcha Counselor will kindly refrain from further interruptions.
I believe I have been misinformed about the purpose of this vid.
Now then, O wise Prothean Elder, what wisdom of the ages can you share with us?
This is supposed to be the council? Oh, whoops.
Solarian kidney is better
My fault.
at room temperature. It is even better when the Solarian is still alive. The
My bad.
Spice.
It's a movie, though? Oh.
Did someone say Prothean? This one is familiar with enkindling. This one has enkindled multiple females across the galaxy.
Blasto, about time you showed up. The galaxy is under attack by Reapers. If only someone had warned us about them years ago.
This one tried. This one was ignored.
He flexing with his enkindling account.
Fell on obstructed auditory.
Actually, that was me. Sovereign, Saren. You might have heard of them?
Yes, and Blasto here destroyed half the Citadel, putting them down. But even he's just one Hanar.
And now we've asked Commander Shepard and his Prothean partner here to assist.
This one did not read that far into the script. This one does not share top billing.
Wait, what? But it's Blasto 7. Blasto goes to war? Think of the children.
In my cycle, your kind were nothing more than appetizers. Would you prefer to be boiled or fried?
Damn.
Prothean, no like you.
This one has found his motivation. Very well. Commander Shepard and Prothean partner of undetermined ethnic origin. Welcome to the Spectre Club.
I've been in the club for 3 years now.
Yeah, I've been here.
Correct. But you are not an Ultra Spectre Elite 4000 Deluxe. This one is a 7000. This one has less recoil and faster load time.
Where is the airlock so I may throw you out of it?
Damn.
We don't have a prop for that. Cue the sound effects. Change the backdrop.
Look! It's Sovereign's half-brother Sluggard! And he's looking for some payback.
Cue the stunt double.
Oh, it sounded like you said kill for a second. Good effects? Yeah, pretty good.
You die now! Oh no! The Vorcha Counselor is indoctrinated!
Uh-oh.
This one is the hero of the Citadel.
Imagine this is what the whole movie looks like in 100 years.
Counselor's name on it.
This one is the hero of the Citadel. I'll handle it.
This one insists.
This one doesn't care.
Hundreds of years of advancement, and this is the movie, you know? Damn.
May we go now, Commander?
Strike the set. Telcasting will need a new Vorcha. Prepare for Blasto 8. Blasto cures the genophage.
Damn. Okay. Damn, I have to do Zaid's, bro. They have the budget to make 8 of these, but not enough to get good effects. Zaid is good here. Alright, we have to go to 6.
So can we expect more Elcor Shakespeare from you?
Welcome to Castle Arcade.
Zaid struggle. Oh, he's struggling with gambling too? Good. Where he at? He's upstairs. We can't right now. We can't. We gotta focus. Wait. That was trainer. Damn it. I did the wrong one. My bad. My bad. I did trainers. I forgot. She's in here too. There's a fun boxing gambling game downstairs. It's a skill game. Okay.
Brilliant ending. Excellent use of the Belarusian gambit.
Is this space chess?
It's called Kapesh Yakshi, Blade of the Night Winds. The Asari have played it since we were supposed to meet for lunch. I'm so sorry. I entered the tournament on a lark. I thought I'd be eliminated in the first few rounds.
Rude.
Oh, don't worry. You'll be free to join your friend in 20 moves or fewer.
To Sousa.
Trainer, would you like to just give me your frigates?
Fuck is going on?
I always take them sooner or later.
Polgara to Sousa. She's knocked me out of 4 tournaments.
That was before you helped manage intel for a galactic.
The black bar is like a cartoon battle. Exactly.
I've gotten a lot better since I came to the Normandy.
Which is a frigate, by the way. So try not to lose it.
Roger that.
Oh, God. I think that was a joke, the bars? Yeah, it was.
Oh, damn it. Ah!
So much for your frigate. Neural feedback. It disincentivizes sacrificing pieces casually.
Oh, it's like a shadow game.
A few more centuries, Trainer, and you might be a challenge. You must not have that much time to practice now, living on that warship.
Get rid of her, bad at game.
I have more respect for the great thinkers. I'm able to live quite comfortably teaching Asari maidens tactics and strategy through this game.
So, your job is playing games?
Kelly could do better? Yeah, I think so. Kelly's better at everything.
Simulations, yes.
Specialist trainer here helped us take down Cerberus. We're preparing our final assault thanks to her efforts.
I'm sure she's a wonderful serviceman, but she just lost her last frigate.
No one's better than Kelly. True.
Traded her last frigate, actually, for your homeworld.
Oh, shit. GG's. Yeah, you're dead. Yeah, you're fucking dead. After this DLC, you gotta do a ton of planet scanning.
I apologize again.
Oh my god.
All for a good cause, trader.
You're right. Damn. Okay, let's go see Zaid, who's also here. Did you do any yesterday? No, because I was stuck at the beginning of the mission, remember? It wouldn't let me travel out until after we did everything else. Unfortunately. Fuck is Zaid? There he is. What is? Do you see those like pixels on the screen? That was weird.
Zaid?
You see him right now?
This thing is fucking
Those squares?
What are you doing?
What is that?
There's a kid here, sniveling brat, spending all
They're weird? Yeah.
crying.
Like that's not normal.
You thought you'd get a prize for it.
He asked. Looks simple enough. God damn it.
Where's the kid?
What do I care? Got any credit, Shepard?
Sure. But even a bounty hunter's got to use his manners once in a while.
Zaid got pixel disease? I think so.
Please.
That's right, bitch. He's begging for credits too, like me.
Easy. Easy.
Please give me some money. Jesus Christ. Look at, like it's happening again.
It's obviously rigged somehow.
Yeah, of course it's rigged.
Rigged?
I'm going to hunt down the shit-for-brains inventor of this crooked game and pull his inspiration out through his arsehole. Probably some smart...
Pay me now. It stops the audio, so you have to read. This cutscene is broken? Yeah. It is. There. Enjoy them.
Here you go, sweetheart.
Damn.
Okay, Zaid. Where to?
There you go. See you back.
What do you feel like? Apollo's? Casino? More claw?
But this time, you play with your own damn credits.
I'm man enough to pay for
I wanted 2 million. Hey, you get what you get, my boy.
Already?
You're on your way to 2 mil, you know?
I think I knew that about you.
Jesus Christ. There's your 2 mil. Enjoy it. There you go. Garrus is at the bar. I got so much money I can't count no more. Damn. Yeah, what up, Chris? What up? I started from the bottom. What up, Chris? How are you? Rip. Here, I got you. I got you, Apocalypse. I got you. Actually. There we go. You're cheating on me by giving others points too? Doing good? Land an internship interview next week? There you go. The Armax Arsenal Arena is where you get the armor. Okay. Time to meet up with Garrus. Should be... Said it wrong. Oh, Garrus? I think it's Garrus. Up. Going the wrong way. Alright, so I gotta do Armax. Who the fuck is he? This is 8, right? Damn, look at you. Stacks. Where's 8? Do I just go down? Do I have to go downstairs? He's upstairs at the bar. That's Silver. He said Silver Coast, right? I earned all this money on my own. I am a god. I am the second coming of Jesus H. Moist. That's 7.
So who's this patriarch person you keep going on about?
What? You never heard of Mighty Patriarch?
Welcome to Silver Coast Casino.
There's a secret Kasumi interact here? Where is she? Losers have so much more money. Where? Back in the bar? Okay. You gotta go all the way up of Silver Coast. Oh, okay. Where's Kasumi?
His rule echoes across Citadel space and beyond. How could you possibly not know?
What floor is Kasumi on? One of those computers on the table should activate her. Like a betting terminal or like an actual computer?
Oh, this ought to be good.
Kasumi is on first floor. Okay, got it.
Hey, how's Shorely?
Actual computer. Okay, got you. Damn. Okay, actual computer. Oh, no, we went outside. My bad. She went all in. You're playing scared. You're playing scared.
Pretty nice game you've got going.
Yeah, whatever.
No, that's not it.
That's more than 2,500 credits.
Playing scared. It's not like you.
No tricks. Just lucky.
You know, to make a grown man cry. Where the fucking...
No hustlers at my table. Fair warning.
Where is she? I'm looking for an actual computer. One of the interacts with one of those computers should activate it. Okay. Nope. I don't know, some button you gotta find? Nope. Damn, Legate. It's not those. Damn. Damn. Maybe over here? How do I give points? You have to type give points in the username without the at. Okay, I know where she is. Where is she? Follow my advice, okay? Back to the bar table.
At least the Drell Adepts read things so you can hit them
Right here? When you first walk in. Okay, so the door's right here. Was it this table? To the right. Yep. To the right of that bar. Okay, so right. Left. Wait, did I mess it up? Did I mess it up? Yeah, I did. Okay, hold on. So let me go back. Let me leave and come back in, and I'll follow it.
Seriously, I have the credits to fund a joint venture here.
Okay, the door's over there. Hold on. Look at Legate just giving out bread. Just giving out bread. Okay. Wait. We're on the wrong floor. That's why. Hold on. I think it's because I was on the wrong floor, King. So this is where we come in, right? We go up. You said to the bar initially where we're at, which is right there. Then we go right. Then you said left. I know where it is now. Check the tables on the first floor. Look to the side of the tables to find a button. See where the Turian next to the bar is in the corner? This Turian? Or that Turian? That Turian right here. Just walk forward. Oh! There it is. We found her.
Fennec, hit the comms. Tiana, distract the bouncer. Urch, you take the vault. Avoid the thermal sensors. They trigger the lockdown.
Give me all your money and I'll absolutely give you all my money. No lie.
Verk, steal a uniform. You go in as security.
You did when we was broke together.
Whoops.
Yeah, I spent like an hour finding that button too, blindly.
Kasumi.
Take a walk, guys. I can explain.
I believe I hired you because you were the best damn thief in the galaxy.
Sweet talker.
We're gonna be rich together.
Are you hard up for credits, or is this just to stay in practice?
People who can't get to the Citadel are having a rough time out there. This place has more money than it knows what to do with. It can help those refugees survive.
How about you don't do that?
Reapers win.
So you're robbing the rich to help the poor?
I'm doing what I do. Raiding Cerberus bases and infiltrating Reaper-held locations is fun. But I'm a thief. Stealing?
How the fuck does boring ass Jacob get Kasumi?
By the way, are you gonna call security?
Hey, Robin Hood. How do I see my cash amount? I think you either go to the... It may be exclamation mark
I
points.
never get caught. Come on, guys. Show's on.
Excuse me, is there a problem?
There you go.
No. No problem at all.
Why does it say 558? Isn't that weird? Where the fuck did they get 558 from? I think Rex and Joker got unmarked special interactions at the bar too, but you gotta go back to the apartments after Garrus. Okay. Garrus is at the bar, so he's upstairs, all the way up, right? Where's the stairs? We gonna be rich together. Damn, look at that.
What should we do first?
I'm rich now. All right, gamble all. Let's see what happens. Gamble all. I'm gonna risk it all. Here we go. Damn. You about to be his wingman? Here we go. Oh shit.
Shepard. So what do Turians usually do with their time off?
Mostly we make plans for what to do when we're back at work. I have some ideas on the Normandy's forward cannon.
You know what you need, Garrus?
That Mark IV.
I don't want to be a wingman. I want to be Mr. Steal Your Girl.
I was thinking a date. Excuse me. I saw you checking out my friend here. I thought you two should meet.
Hello?
Right.
I gotta slide back to Wood Green. They gonna kick me down for sure.
Hello. And...
Damn.
She looks nice. You seem like a nice person. Maybe a little quiet, introspective, but decent overall.
I'll go with you. There we go.
Thank you. I think.
Try small talk. Come here often. I imagine anyone who does is probably an alcoholic.
Garrus, no Riz. Yeah.
Actually, I do. I work at the Turian embassy. Come here to unwind. Yeah. Well, listen.
Damn.
Thing I forgot I had to do, and I should probably...
Except for real life women, apparently. Yeah. All the real life women are like, oh, I love Garrus.
Sorry. Let's start over again. What I'd been trying to say is my name's Garrus, and I'd love to have a drink with you.
There we go. There we go. Wait. Who just lost that many points? Oh, okay. You're good. I thought I saw...
A jawbreaker!
Yo, what up, Missouri? There's 2 more secret interacts, I think. Okay. So let's look around. Do I have to do that after I go to the apartment or no? Oh, it's 10K, but that's light. Yeah, you're rich now. I forgot. Turn around. Scratch, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? You gotta go back to the apartments. Okay. So apartments first, then come back. Divorce paper so you can take 50% of my money. Yes, okay. Everyone's so fancy here. Get out of here. I would never divorce you. Here we go. Go downstairs. There we go. Why don't I say it? Huh? I usually just cut myself off because I got distracted. So we need to go to... Where the fuck is my place? Personal apartment's at 4. Okay. You need a clip of you... Doing good? I'm glad. By divorce, you mean put this throat on you? Then you might be onto something. Interesting.
You have received a new message.
Appreciate you telling me. This place is nice. I know the rent here's got to be crazy. Let's check the messages. Tally. Gotta be at least $3 trillion a month. Like how much a baby debt? I have not given you trillions of dollars. I have not. You know, I'm fresh out of loans. So remember that if you lose all your points. It hasn't been a month yet? That's true. Next we're on the Citadel. I'd love to play come by, no rush, but it's nice to have a place to call home. Did she just say she's trying to call my house home? He gave you trillions? No, I didn't. I did not. I think I'm pregnant. Scratch, be a man of your word. I just said I'm fresh out of loans. Fresh out of loans. Damn. They're going to have a funeral for Thane? Grunt's in trouble? Jacob and Cortez, of course. Congrats on it's WrestleMania weekend. I'm excited. There you go. That'll be cool. We calling over. Let's get the sad part out the way. Damn. Rest in peace, Thane.
We are gathered here to honor the life of Thane Krios. Thane touched each of our lives in different ways.
Damn.
The Counselor knew him as a hero. The Normandy's crew knew him as a brother in arms, and others as a father devoted to his son.
If I lose it all, slip and fall. Good song. Did you start the party? No, we're at the funeral.
Though his life took him to very
During this section, there will be a personal videos of Thane in your main quest. In your main quarters upstairs? Okay.
Even when he was terminally ill.
Damn.
He ran through worn-torn streets to reach me because he knew I needed help. You all know the results of that day. An assassin. A professional criminal.
Let's watch some Thane videos.
And now he can rest. Would anyone else like to speak?
Needed a Morden funeral too? Yeah. Low-key a Legion one too.
Was his confidence. He told me once about how he remembered everything. Even every mistake he made. If I did that,
Guys, I think the Lakers will make the playoffs. Yes, sir. We are. We're looking good so far. Legion is every Geth. Any Geth is Legion. I mean, I guess that's true.
He's assassin. And we covered each other in firefights. That makes him a partner.
Thane's last stand was important.
Lakers def making the playoffs. Need the Grizz matchup though, not the Nuggets. Yeah.
Away from a life of crime.
Although I kind of feel like if we get the Nuggets, that Anthony Davis is going to take that matchup.
All who hear them.
So much money on me, I can't count no more. So many teams, I can't count no more.
Thane took himself seriously, a trait with which I did not always agree. I tried to make him laugh on several occasions. But what I interpreted as a lack of humor was masking a great effort.
As Golden State
Turning his life around.
isn't in, are they? I don't like. Yeah, they're in. They're ahead of us.
Thane came onto the Normandy. All Kelly and I
Warriors are ahead of us right now.
probably kill us all with a ballpoint pen. But after you got to know him,
It's the whole game. Legion refers to itself as we, but right before he dies, he says I, meaning Legion at the end of his life finally gained individuality and true sentience. Damn. Guys, I don't like the Warriors. How come?
I thought my father had it all figured out.
I just noticed Joker has a neck beard.
He said men must be loyal to their friends and dangerous to their enemies.
I didn't even notice that.
But when he prevented me from hurting someone, he had changed.
F the Warriors and the Raptors. What'd the Raptors do?
As loved ones.
Joker's the only character with a beard, period. Yeah, that's true.
Lost. I called him a hypocrite in 1,000 different ways. Said that he was going soft. Now...
Shepard kind of has one, but I forgot to look when I did it. Yeah, Shepard can.
That's all I can say.
I always wish I could give my Shepard a beard, but the most I can pull off is stubble. Yeah. Raptors think they're tough after the 2019 ship. They can't forget their 50 years of poverty. Good point.
Thank you for holding
That's a good point.
hand. In time, it will be a good memory.
I don't know if I'll be as philosophical about it. Still kind of raw.
Never customize my Shepard past default?
I understand.
You can give a mustache or stubble, but no beard. Yeah.
Excuse me. I should take this opportunity to speak with the counselor.
But what?
She is.
Also, I'm jealous because Pacers drafted Kawhi and traded him.
Out there are some Solarian biologists.
Yeah.
Funding. If anyone.
I mean, if it helps, Kawhi barely plays. You know.
Syndrome. It would be them.
Don't forget upstairs. Okay.
If you need someone to hold.
You got lots of mail time. To talk to more people around the area. Okay.
It's all right, Commander. Counselor Ashio could use some good press right now. This is the right time for such a favor. Oh, before I go, I was organizing my father's possessions, and I came upon copies of video messages he tried to...
Everything before the party. Yeah, I know.
I sent them to your extranet address.
I know.
I hope they help more than they hurt. Until we meet again, Commander.
Let's watch some Thane videos. It's upstairs, right? Yeah. Where they at? Oops. And our best player was Sabonis for some years. I would give up both testes for one knee. Why?
I suppose I should thank you.
And now look where Sabonis is.
Leaving the Normandy was the right decision. It was saddening to see our crew go their separate ways. But it is better than answering questions in an Alliance interrogation room. I hope this message finds you well. As for me, I have moved into an apartment on the Citadel not far from Kolyat.
Sabonis is great, happy for him, but Tyrese Halley got that dog in him. I love Halliburton. Yo, how is the video quality this fucking bad?
It seemed very dramatic at the time.
Thought this was the future.
In comparison to the Omega Relay, it was a child's game. In any case, good luck getting the Alliance to listen to you. Let's keep in touch.
Using a 1 megapixel. Yeah, what fucking year was this phone from?
Shepard, if you sent a message back, I didn't get it. I suppose communications from someone of my reputation would be restricted. The irony
Drell ain't the most well off.
danger to no one these days. I am even paying taxes on my investments. I can't expect
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my.
He has no significant other, and he is temperamental, but he is employed and staying out of crime.
Good for Cole, yeah.
Well, he is serious about changing. It has cost him more than a few friends. Send something back if you can, Shepard. I can only learn so much from new...
Drell's living that Aladdin lifestyle. Apparently. Like, Jesus.
I have tried a false identity to try to get this message through to you. We'll see if it works. I have good news and bad. The good news is that Kolyat and I took a few days to visit Earth.
Light the shape of her eyes.
Oh shit.
Sound of chirping stops. I scan the ground. See two tiny bodies locked by claws.
Excuse me. As I was saying, we saw a beautiful sunset in New Mexico, and a scorpion eating a cricket.
Damn, Legate.
You could have joined us.
Damn.
The bad news is, I fainted and struck my head. Kolyat has convinced me to stay at Huerta Memorial on the Citadel. I will be there from now on. I still don't want to die in a hospital, but it's where the doctors are. And Kolyat. I love him. That means I must trust him. Goodbye, Shepard. Let me say that now, in case I cannot later.
Damn. Rest in peace, Thane. Rest in peace, Thane, man. Damn. That sucks we didn't get any of his messages earlier. Doing something a little better. You know, we're gonna have a party soon. Look a little bit better. Put the jacket on. You know. Like, you know, something like, stop gambling. He's an addict, man. He's about to gamble all. I feel like this is a win coming. I left for a few hours. But you're still good. There it is. You know, he just keeps at it. You have a worse gambling addiction than me. Alright. So I'm gonna do the rest of the the apartment meetups, and then I'll go meet everybody else out tomorrow. What up, Tally?
Hey, got any plans for the evening?
No. I'm as free as the dust in the solar wind.
Interesting.
You remember that?
My girl, wife, my queen.
Shalai and Bellicus on the balcony.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Did.
Shut up, Tally. Fuck you. BRB, getting some steamed buns. Those are so good. Those are so good.
But July, we can never be together. I have my duty, and you have your people.
Yeah, movie night.
Tonight, I'm as free as the dust in the solar wind.
So you've watched this a lot, huh?
Every time my
Look disgusting and shut the fuck up about your dad. One of the reasons I love Tally, her romance is just so sweet, cute, and wholesome, just like her. She's a hopeless romantic like me. Damn.
This is done.
I feel that.
I'll send you links to extranet sites with some captioned animations.
She's a whole fucking decade younger than Shepard.
She had an infection for 3 weeks after filming this scene.
Totally worth it.
Shepard was 20 when she was 10. That's the way I think about it. And we can date Liara, who's 109. What's your point? Damn. That's a good point. Damn. Okay. So I'm going to save, and then we'll do the rest of this tomorrow, because this has been long. Enjoyable, but a long one. I'm going to save here. We're going to do the rest tomorrow, but I got to see how they look different if you actually romance them. I will date older women, but a decade younger is too much. She's not that much younger. Let me see. Shepard's 32, Tally is 22. It's the Citadel one? Okay. I got to see it before we go. I'm curious. You know how it goes. And I got to see the Miranda scene. Okay, I'm skipping. I'm skipping forward. Pop back in. How y'all doing? Pretty good. I gambled all my money away in Mass Effect. You know, we introduced gambling into the stream. Legate's an addict. This is Tally? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I know, I'm going to do Miranda's after. I just have to see how it's different. I think about right here. Jack comes? Where the fuck is Jack? Oops. Do I still have to go? Jack's here? Like, what the fuck? Where'd she go? Hold on. Looking at something. Just watch the fucking scene? Whoa. Gee, you led my man down a dark path. Mass Effect 1, Tally is 22, Shepard's 29. Oh. So, you know, still good. Still good. Your math is off? Okay. We'll do this for once and for all. Tally, Mass Effect, and then Shepard, age, Mass Effect. We're solving this once and for all. Okay. Shepard at the beginning is 28 to 29. 28 to 29. Tali is 22 in Mass Effect 1. So, there it is. Yeah, so in Mass Effect 3, he's 32, which means she's 25. She's 25. No, she's not. Look. Look. She's 22 and 1. She's 22 and 1, and she's 25 and 3. Yeah, she's 22. All right, I got to see the scene.
Good to see some things don't change.
Sorry, Jack, I'm not here for you. I'm sorry.
Hologram. Omni tattoo. Omni tattoo.
Some women just act or look younger. True.
Under the suit. You know, for me.
She's 25.
You want to know what it is? You want to know? It's a pretty bird made of rainbows. It is flying out of the eye hole of a skull.
I want to see just the meetup. I don't want to watch the end scene. I'm not watching this part. I'm not doing it. 22 and 1, 25 and 3. Yeah.
Jack said you'd think it was hot.
Remind me to talk to Jack in the morning. Where'd you get the Omni tattoo?
Wrong. Trump. You may not like it, but you have to accept it. It's fact. God damn. Wrong.
Yeah, I heard that one from Liara.
Is this how it goes differently? Instead of them watching a movie?
You sure you're okay, Tali?
Fine. Suit doesn't let me get overly intox.
Jesus Christ.
Just have it all flushed out in a minute. Omni 2. It just smells like sweat. Why would you even ask that? Don't do that in my helmet. It just got.
Okay.
What a night.
Oh, you actually, but it's 10 anyway. So this happens instead of them watching a movie?
What a night. But look who's here.
It's hilarious because the actress has actually redone the scene in real life for like a skit.
I'm going to be so sick.
Totally worth it.
Acting all drunk like that?
Ugh. Who put my suit back on? The buckles are all askew. And when did I get...
She got a tattoo?
Let's see if anyone else is up.
No one can beat Ashley's actress? Alright, I can't watch the rest because that spoils it. I can't. Now I just gotta see the Miranda date. A drunk tattoo, mind you. That means it's gotta be terrible. It's gotta be horrible. I mean, I'm fine with the 7-year age difference. It kind of just depends on like where you are in the age for it to matter, if that makes sense. You know? You get what I'm saying? Wait a minute. Oh.
Probably for the best.
Trust me.
Because it would literally be a, yeah.
Speaking of trust, with all this clone business, how do I know you're the real Shepard?
Just seeing what I missed before I continue.
Just do.
I'm afraid you'll need to convince me.
Oh. There's where I missed it. Damn.
A compelling argument.
This is
So because I locked in, I missed that.
Yes, it is, Shepard. Yes.
You didn't even have the pop-up? Yeah, I didn't. At 29, I would have no problems dating a 22-year-old as long as she's mature enough. So is this the party right here? So this is the party. Right? And so, I don't want to spoil that. That's the date you can go on. But because so, the date I can only go on with Liara, right? It's not the party, it's the date you can go on with her if you romance her. Oh, I missed it. Let me just see it. Damn.
You clean up well, Shepard. Thought we might try an evening out.
Quite the outfit, huh? Everyone has their own preferences of what their age range is. True.
Sounds like you have
True.
some time to catch your breath.
I do, just not used to it. Feeling a bit lost. It's kind of sad, really.
That's true.
I got to thinking we needed a break. No point saving the galaxy if we can't.
I gladly date someone 10 years older than me at 25.
I have to say I'm a bit surprised.
I thought you might be. I can be, severe.
You're focused. Believe me, I understand.
Did you imagine if Mass Effect had like Final Fantasy quality cutscenes?
Normal life. Damn, I'm not very good at this.
Damn.
Truth is, Shepard, I'm not very good at being normal either. Bit of a disaster, really.
Of course, being 25, I can't exactly go 10 or 7 years younger the other way because illegal. Exactly.
Any ideas?
Oh, I've got some ideas. Miranda, you're here.
20 to 35 is my age range.
And I have you to myself. So tonight, I'm just gonna be a regular guy taking his best girl out on the town.
Why the fuck does Shepard look so fucking old here?
So super spies?
Nope. Just bright lights, a few games, and some very foolish choices.
For me, in general, I prefer 20 to 26.
Agreed. I'm gonna need more wine.
Get this woman more wine.
You're pretty sexy when you're pushy. What now?
Let's spin the wheel, see what happens.
Woman. So, the date is just whoever you romance, right? So my date's gonna be Liara.
The odds are against us, you know.
I mean, yes, 7 years younger is 18 for me, but I'm gonna be honest, 18 and 19, I still see as a child because of the whole teen part. Yeah, I don't think Liara has a date. Fuck. Fuck is going on with Tali? No, she does? Okay.
What are you guys talking about?
Tali was acting out the differences between the original Normandy and the SR2.
Acting?
I wasn't sure. Tali's just faded. I don't know if you missed it, though, when you invited her up. I didn't get one.
You better hope I never find you.
I didn't get a date.
Yeah, but which one's better?
The SR2.
Because you have a date by play. Oh, that was the date? Oh.
Better or worse?
I mean, that one was okay.
One was a decent ship, but the SR2.
You only have one date, though? You can't double dip in Mass Effect 3. Isn't that fucked up, Chris?
Just look at what
Like,
the SR2
why can't I have 2 dates?
The original Normandy was developed by the Turians.
Miranda was done better in the Citadel DLC. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a mod for it. Yeah, I'm gonna find one when I play through it again.
Be where we are now without it.
The SR2 has been through a lot.
Yeah, let's just get to it. Yeah, there is. I figured.
Ugh, what a night. But look who's here.
Hey,
Good morning.
Just a wake-up scene for every romance. Yeah.
let's make that a habit.
Why the fuck does Shepard look so fucking old with this one? Alright.
Let's see if anyone else is up.
Makes sense. I can't watch the last scene, as you know, because I don't want to spoil the end. Not bad. So we didn't miss too much. Just the nature of the default face. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. You gonna save and go? Yeah. And then we'll finish it tomorrow. I just realized we've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Good 6-hour stream. We've had some long streams this week. I've been enjoying it. Tomorrow, before we play Mass Effect, we have W6 hours. I agree. It's been fun. W stream. Thank you. Thank you. Before tomorrow, here's what we got planned. We're going to finish the Citadel. We're going to play some more Mass Effect. But we're watching this video. We're going to watch TikToks from the weirdest part of the internet. And we're watching the cringe compilation. All right. That is the plan. And then we're going to play. So we got 2 videos. TikTok cringe and weirdest part from the internet. So, get excited. It's going to be fun. It is going to be fun, I say. Hey, yes, yes. I like the reactions. I tried to do, like, record one off stream, but it just feels weird. So I can't do it. I have to do it on stream or not at all. Plus, we need YouTube content, you know? We need the YouTubes. I'm trying to get the YouTube back. Final question before you go, okay? Okay? What is your question? When is Fortnite Day? Whenever you want a Fortnite Day. Whenever you want. I will play Fortnite with you. I still have to add you back. I need to add you on Epic. That just reminded me. We have not added each other yet. We need it. We need to add each other on Fortnite. If Ayo gets off, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna raid Ayo. I gotta see what he's doing though. But yeah, I'm down to play. We just have to add each other. You know? And I have to actually update and boot the game. It's been a while. But, you know, as long as you're cool being a backpack. I'm off for 2 weeks now, so I can fit your schedule for once. Okay. As long as you're good being a backpack, you know. Because I need a carry. No, mate, I'm shitty. Me too. Easter holiday. Oh, yeah, that's true. Easter is coming up, huh? That's true. That is true. We can have some longer streams, I think. You know? Maybe we'll pull like a 6-hour week, like 6 hours each time, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. How long has AO been streaming? Oh, he just got back on. Okay. Cool. I don't know if AO knows it's me because we've been following each other on Twitter, but we don't follow each other on Twitch. But I'm going to rate him anyway. But all right. If you need help finding me, you have permission to enter the DMs. Okay. Yeah, I never just hop in DMs without previous permission, you know what I'm saying? I'm very much a DM me first. Got a person. You know? Yeah. I'm out of here. It has been fun. W6 hours. Look forward to the weird and the cringe tomorrow because I'm excited. See you tomorrow. We're going to raid AO if his raids are on. Let's see. Raid. Drop him some follows. He's playing Tainted Grail by WStream. WStream. I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday. Have some fun. I love y'all. I really do. And yeah, I am going to raid AO, and I will see you tomorrow.